to the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. This is the play-in phase. And looking at the timeline, that means the Open Qualifiers. There are people who have qualified into this play-in phase. But if you are inspired by what you see today, the Open Qualifiers have not finished. So if you want to be a part of this global chess championship, you can do so. The only requirement is that you become a verified Chess.com member. So this tournament is only opened to verified members. And that secures the identity of the members, and it gives you access to this championship and other cash events to be announced. So looking back at our timeline, we can see that we actually have two of the phases going on right now. It's the Open Qualifier still going on, still giving you that chance to get into the play-in phase. And the play-in phase, that's the one we're going to be looking at for the broadcast today. My name is Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Jeffrey Shong. And Jeffrey, What do we have in store today?
Yeah, well, first of all, super excited to be here with you today, Hammer. Also, maybe a little bit relieved because I feel like I was playing a lot of chess lately and so much that my head was spinning a bit. So, very happy to be here today commentating. And yeah, I mean, it's a huge qualifier. Let's quickly glance at the format. I believe it is a 9 round Swiss, 10 plus 0 time control, no increments, so got to be really fast in the time scrambles. And only 2 spots available. So if you win the tournament, you get an automatic spot. Second and third will play a 2-game match. I believe also 10 plus 0 with the winner advancing to the next phase. So, I mean, I think you need a really big score, maybe 7.5 or even 8.
Wow, that is a huge score. But that may be what is required to get on to the next phase, and it's gonna be a really tough competition because we got some huge names in the lineup right now, and the prizes they are fighting for. First prize today is $850. But the biggest prize of them all, of course, is qualifying to the next phase. Second place, taking home $600, but also that important qualification. Third and fourth, 400. And there's also prizes down to the eighth placed player and the highest non-titled player, a player coming in from these open qualifiers, the previous phase. The highest placed player there gets $300 as well. And
Yeah, really.
still, these prices pale in comparison to the overall prices for the knockout stage, Jeffrey.
Yeah, this is an incredible event. You see insane prizes here. We have 200K to first, followed by 100K, 50K, 25K, 15K. And I mean, yeah, it's if you make it through qualifiers, you're already guaranteeing yourself 5,000. So just an incredible opportunity here for all players.
And what players do we have for this event? That is the next big question. We're starting in under a minute with the games. And we can see Konavets, one of your countrymen, Jeffrey, Big Fish, Fedoseev of Russia, Christopher Yu, who just became the US junior champion. We got a really stacked field of players wanting that spot into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I see a really stacked lineup today. As you mentioned, Konavets just coming off a great week of chess. I think yesterday he was in the RCC final, so he's back here again, back to work. And I mean, yeah, this is just insane. Like Christopher Yu, you mentioned. Also, the legend Gada Kamsky is here. We got our own fellow commentators, Daniel Naroditsky and Robert Hess playing. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, speaking of that, I have selected the first game to look at here. A fan favorite, Danya Naroditsky, playing with the white pieces, being massively higher rated than his opponent in this first round, playing against a Caro-Kann defense.
Yeah, so seems like a kind of safe approach from Danny here. Exchange Tarot, just wants to get this Carlsbad structure and look to outplay his opponent.
Yeah, so the Carlsbad structure is when you have an extra pawn for white in the C file, and then black has an extra pawn on the E file. And this creates a very common imbalance that is so common that it has its own name.
Indeed. And just want to ask a quick question. Like, how do you usually navigate I don't know if you play many Swiss events, but for me, like I grew up in the US playing a lot of these opens, and I've always found it super tricky to navigate their way around. So what are your thoughts about that?
I mean, to me, the first round is like always the most difficult one, even though you often meet a player you're a massive favorite against, because getting into that game rhythm can be really tricky. Especially in over the board events, when you're at a new place and you kind of want to find your footing, find some routines for the day, I just find it like getting settled with a win in the first round is just so important. And I'm sure Danya is going to feel the same here, wanting to get off to a great start with the white pieces.
Totally agree. And speaking of great starts, I already see one of maybe a well-known player here already won. David Paravian at 1 out of 1. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah, if the game finished, I don't have it unfortunately, but what a start for him. There are some matchups in this tournament that well, most of the matchups in this tournament right now is going to be very unbalanced in the ratings, right? Because the deal with this Swiss system of selecting opponents is that for the first round, you just divide the field into two parts and you let the top players play against the bottom half. And that makes for the favorites being tremendously favored for this first game.
Indeed. And here we see Black playing knight h5, trying to chase the bishop away. And I think they're okay. You can sort of keep developing with something like queen c7, but maybe Black is also looking for a more ambitious plan to achieve f6 and e5. Not sure how he wants to play this.
Yeah, and Roman here with the black pieces, taking his time early on, already at a 2-minute disadvantage. But what an experience playing Danya Naroditsky in a tournament where really he is at his absolute best, wanting to get that qualification.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's already commentated a couple of events, but now it's time for him to get in the mix here and qualify himself.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I believe he did commentary on the event that just finished less than an hour ago. So he's really having a long day of chess today. First doing commentary and then getting in there himself to play some games and qualify.
Yep, and we still see Roman taking some time here, maybe a little bit. Sometimes you're intimidated here playing against a much higher rated opponent and you're sort of unsure of yourself, but he's got to pick a plan and go with it.
I agree. Poor time management so far from Black. Really needs to get that pace up and decide for a plan here. And as Jeffrey suggested, there are many different plans here. So Black definitely has a choice between a couple of promising options. But you can't just let your time run out in trying to decide. You got to be decisive in your decisions.
Yeah, and he's all right. He's gone for f5. Very committal decision here. He wants to trap bishop with f4, but in doing so, he's created this huge hole on e5, which could be a big issue later on.
Yeah, that e5 square cannot be protected by the black pawns because both pawns advanced past that square. And that means now Danya will be looking to place his knight there in the near future.
Yeah, and he's gonna probably swap bishops, like queen e2. Seems like a very pleasant position here.
Yeah, he does make that trade, the queen coming into that e-file. And look at how that the black pawn, that pawn having advanced, has given black a lot of kind of space behind the pawns. But at the same time, it means that all of these squares along the e-file that pawn normally would have protected, those can now be used by the white pieces. And we see Danya immediately coming up with his knight, eyeing that e6 square, which is now available.
Yeah, it's definitely could go really wrong for black in the next few moves. Maybe you got to go queen c8, deal with both issues. But yeah, after a move like rook e1, it's certainly difficult. And yeah, I think. Wait, is it? It's only like 7 minutes into the game, and I see many people have already won, which has kind of surprised me.
Yeah, I guess it just goes to show that in this first round, there is a big discrepancy between the top half of the seeded player and the bottom half. I think we're going to take a move on from Danya, and we'll look at another big fish in this pond of players. It's the player with the username Big Fish from Russia. It's Vladimir Fedoseyev, and he is in trouble. He, according to the computer, is significantly worse despite having the white pieces.
Yeah, this could be a crazy upset if black continues to keep the pressure on. I'm not actually sure why. I guess rook e3, a very strong move here, hitting the knight, but also potentially moving his bishop and also attacking the white bishop on a3. So can we try and go deeper into this? So yeah, knight f5. Why is
Knight
this so good for
moves
black?
away from the white king, and the result from the computer's assessment is that this is just becoming worse and worse for white, despite white having a well-placed queen, a well-placed knight. Now black has to strike. Otherwise, the momentum is just going to disappear, and white's better placed pieces is going to decide the game. However, the move made was an excellent one. The bishop attacking the rook while the rook attacks the bishop, and he's now going to win white's rook in exchange for that black bishop.
Yeah, this looks like an excellent game here by black, but I'm seeing a really complex line if we can show it. So like, okay, rook takes b1. And a tempting move is queen a2, but this could really get sharp. After bishop f6, queen b1, king f2. What is going on here?
A lot of white pieces close to that black king. Looks very scary. Instead, a different move has been played by the Russian player. He's chosen in this position not to recapture the bishop on b1. Instead, he makes a trade, bishop for knight. Surprising trade, in my opinion, because you would think that the fewer the pieces, the worse chances of white coming out of this with a victory. But he's exploiting the fact that black's queen needs to protect the rook on e8 so that the white queen cannot come in there for a checkmate. And so probably black will have to recapture this bishop with the pawn, after which there are no pawns that can chase away that really beautifully placed white knight on f5.
Yeah, true. Very good points. And maybe a good decision there by Fedoseyev. If he can manage to sort of keep his knight on f5, there could be sufficient compensation. But black now has this option of trading rooks. Would you do it?
So white in big trouble. One of the big favorites in this event might stumble already in the very first round. The rook does not come in for the trade. Instead, it's pointing down towards the white king. And there's also ideas of the other rook coming in from the opposite direction. Big fish in big trouble right now.
Yeah, this is truly an impressive display here by Ryan Noss, the 2200 player, but he's playing much better than that. But I say, trying h5, not sure what the idea is, expecting rook g8 anyway.
Yeah, rook g8, the pawn will have to go to g4, and the pawns have completely left the side of white's king. I don't really see how black is going to exploit this g4 move, but it always feels dangerous when you have one of these opposing rooks pointing down, forcing your king to stay on the side of the board.
Yeah, and that last move, Rook F8, I think he wants to set up Queen A2, so freeing the queen up from the defensive F6, and that is a very serious threat.
And as far as I'm concerned, Big Fish taking no measurements against that invasive queen idea. Big Fish putting the pressure on the C7 pawn, which thereby prevents the Queen D7 plan. But does it do anything to prevent the queen coming in for a big, big attack?
Yeah, I think he wants to go Queen takes C7, which would defend H2. This is very important.
Ooh. Big, big comeback here. He defends and he attacks at the same time. And this game is turning around. Now it's the Black King that's in serious trouble.
Yeah, and Rook G8, a cool move, just stopping the mate. And still, I mean, when you have to always keep an eye out for your king getting mated, it's...
Ooh, and look at this move from Fedoseev. The pawn coming up, getting ready to sacrifice your queen on the next move. I'm amazed the computer is saying this is still okay for black. To me, it just seems like that white queen in conjunction with the knight and rook coming in clutch. It seems to me like black is getting checkmated here.
Yeah, I mean, Queen G7, that is a devastating threat and it's not easy to stop it. Maybe you have to play a move like Queen E6, but that is not what you want to do.
Yeah, that would be a massive admission that you went wrong if the queen has to go back to defense. However, it's better going on defense than getting checkmated. So we're going to be following this game to see whether the Big Fish can make a big swindle or whether Rhinos can make a huge upset already in the first round.
But yeah, now his clock going under 2 minutes. Another very bad sign. He does go for Queen E6.
A big admission there of having made a mistake previously, getting that queen up into the attack. He had to turn around and focus on defense here.
Yeah, I think the good news, though, is it's still not easy for white because all of their pieces are very well placed, and it's difficult to really improve them. So how does Big Fish make another threat? Goes Rook C6, potentially allowing checks.
Ooh, big decision with the rook coming up. Black immediately responds with their rook, giving check on the white king. The queen will return to its attacking position, this time with a check on the white king so that there is no more Queen G7 trickery. The rook comes in between, and now you can trade rooks, and he does do that. Black goes for the trade of rooks. Now there's no more threat of Queen G7 check because that queen sacrifice needed the rook to come up after to work. And it does seem like now black is gonna be able to make a draw out of this game, which still would be, I think, a huge success. The queen now just coming in for checks.
Yeah, and I don't think white is going to be able to escape because if you go through the d file, then that allows my rook to participate with rook d8. So actually, this is a draw, but black needs to play fast here.
Okay, black moving with that queen fast, always giving a check on the king. Jeffrey's point being that if the king continues to move over, the black rook will get involved, and that is some dire consequences right there. However, Big Fish being one of the bigger favorites in this field, he might decide to gamble after all, seeing that his opponent is down to just a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, as Big Fish, I would definitely look to see how to keep this game going, but at the same time, I don't want to just walk right into mate.
Wow, the king does step over to the d file and now trying to hide itself over on the queen side. No, he goes in the other direction, and that means that black has an immediate perpetual here. Black can go for the draw if they want to. Now black actually considering going for the win. The move Queen D1 trying to win the game. That is a risky decision with only 50 seconds left. And he decides wisely to go back where he came from.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, Big Fish trying to escape. But if the knight moves to block the check, the queen will be able to capture on h6. So he probably, he goes for it.
Wow.
He goes for it. The white king all the way over to the other side of the board.
Yeah, he's really going all in. And
but there's no apparent checkmate.
Yeah, I don't think there's mate, but the endgame must be winning with the rook and knight, and I can quickly.
He only has 30 seconds.
But he's
left.
got it. Yeah, he's got to start moving now.
Yeah, Big Fish is going to win this. Queen e5 would lead to an exchange of queens, after which you can run your pawn and get a new queen on the side of the board. Ooh, no, he goes for the checkmate. Wise decision here from No, he goes for the queen trade. He goes for the queen trade, and then there's no hope because you cannot survive with just 20 seconds without the queens. He really needed the checkmate in that situation.
Yeah, and Big Fish now complicating matters even more, getting past f-pawn. If black is still fast, he can maybe find a way, but it's tough.
Oh, and now even the position is winning for white with the pawn queening. The time becomes the big problem for Rhinos. But what an effort. How close was he to beating one of the pre-tournament favorites?
Yeah, that was so close. And if you go back, I think before or after king e6, I think he could have taken a draw again here with queen g8, because you cannot take on f6 on account of queen g7, and then you would be forced to repeat. Maybe this was the way.
Yeah. Wow, what a game. We'll go and see if there are some other games still going on here. From Armenia, it's Samvel Teksakayan with the black pieces, and he's up 2 pawns, but he's very low on time. Here with the white pieces, it's Tuz who's trying to punish the Grandmaster for spending so much time earlier in this game.
Oh, and he's 1c2, so great job just staying in the game here. I think if he plays fast, it's not easy to convert.
Wow, Tuz might get that first round upset. Ooh, if the queen tries to capture this pawn, then black's pawn will push forward and become a new queen. But white now just using that queen all the time to give checks on the king. The king tries to run away, but then there's an important check where the king needs to stay close to its queen. What a drama here.
Oh, but he's found a way out, although it's still tricky. But he's done well now.
Wow, still checks with the queen. He captures a pawn, but the pawn doesn't really matter that much because it's more crucial to stop that black pawn from becoming a new queen. And crucially, the Grandmaster with the black pieces is now up on time. Even if the position is difficult to win, he will be able to try and escape these checks just by moving around.
Yeah, and white lost his queen there. He had to keep pre-moving, so good job there keeping Sam keeping his nerves.
Sam making that checkmate with 4.3 seconds remaining. A clutch win in the end. And that means all the games from the first round are finished. And we can take a look at the standings. And it does seem like most, if not all, of the pre-tournament favorites have won their first round game. Who do you think is going to qualify from this field, Jeffrey?
I think for sure you have to say the top 2 seeds are the ones to be reckoned with. Sam Sevian is just in scintillating form lately, and even though he escaped there, Big Fish I think should be second in line. But I have to say, are we missing our very own Daniel Naroditsky in these standings?
No, Danya has won his game. He's just a bit lower ranked in
Ah,
this
okay.
chess.com standard ratings.
I see him now. Yeah. All right. That goes to show how strong this tournament is that you cannot even see him in the front page.
Okay, we're actually gonna go to another fan favorite playing his patented London system. It's Eric Rosen with the white pieces.
Yeah, and very funky move here, knight d5. I've never actually seen this.
It's the big fish who was in big trouble last game. Now he's kind of getting himself into trouble voluntarily in the opening, moving the same piece twice in a row. That's usually not advised.
Yeah, and he is really asking for it here. I mean, e4 is an idea. I don't know if this is some kind of weird prep where he's just improvising.
Pawn coming up to e4, putting pressure on the knight. Big fish Fedoseev retreating the knight while also attacking the pawn in the center. There's a lot of tension on the board right now with pressure both ways on those pawns.
Yeah, I think Eric deciding whether or not to push e5 or protect, he goes for this, but I wouldn't want to part ways with the bishop, to be honest.
Well, does he have a choice? On the other hand, if this bishop is captured, white will be able to capture with that side pawn, opening up for the rook along the side, which to me actually looks quite promising. And now, Big Fish coming out with his queen, that's risky behavior because Eric Rosen, famous for playing this London system, he knows that you can easily sacrifice one of your pawns to get your pieces ready for the game quickly, and that may be a good strategy for white.
Yeah, true. I mean, Big Fish certainly implicating some huge complications. We know that, I mean, based on last game alone, that he loves playing with fire. And yeah, now Eric sacrificing the pawn on b2.
The knight does capture the bishop. We will then be opening up for the rook along the side. Black captures a pawn with the queen, and very importantly, also threatens another pawn. That pawn should be defended. We should get our knight out to protect on e5.
But yeah, I think you were right about this opening of the H file. It looks incredibly promising here for white. I think
I want to
yeah.
get my rook now up and maybe even over to the other side because black's queen right now is not having a good time. And this queen may be pressured by the white rook on the left side. And if the queen then moves to the c3 square, potentially sometime in the future, the other rook could get involved as well, causing problems for that queen.
Yeah, that would be a really crafty maneuver there. Let's see in which order he plays. He's gone rook b3 first.
So rook b1 was played, rook b3 chasing the queen again. I don't really like that move because that kind of just provokes the queen from getting away from danger. The queen didn't really want to be in that area anyway.
I'm trying to make some really weird ideas here work, like e6 with potential queen a1, bishop b5, and so on.
Wow, e6 trying to open up in front of the king. And queen a1, Jeffrey says. He's looking at the whole board, seeing that pushing this pawn can create some trouble along that diagonal. Instead, Eric Rosen just developing his pieces sensibly. Bishop c4, the bishop to g7 getting out as well. What now?
Yeah, this feels like a very critical moment here because you do want to act fast with white. It feels like there should be something really good, but it's not easy to pinpoint it.
I'm thinking maybe queen to e2, just getting every single piece involved. But to me, the biggest plan black has that we need to stop is using the pawns on the queen side to try and just expand and also try and kick out that white bishop. So I'm if I'm black here, I'm playing pawn to a6 next move, no matter what. And then the question is, what can Eric make happen? I am Rosen. What can he do in the meantime?
Yeah, I'm trying to, make some d6 ideas work. I think the good news for white is I don't know if black really wants to castle. It would be walking right into a huge assault here via the h file. So yeah, as you mentioned, maybe it is white can actually play positionally here, just sort of stopping black's ideas. Oh, he does end up castling.
Gosh, he castles. This man is braver than most. He castles into that open file for the white rook. And I mean, even the other white rook could potentially get over to this side of the board. Big fish with some big place right here. This is extremely risky behavior.
Yeah, this looks too bold. I mean, maybe a simple move like queen e4, just intending on swinging that queen over. Because black, I mean, the entire queen side is undeveloped and it cannot, come over to help out black's king.
Black is essentially playing down 3 pieces. It's crazy.
He does go d6, opening the bishop. Now, what was Eric having in mind here with this queen e3 move?
Did he mouse slip?
I hope
not. Do
you
think he mouse slipped?
I mean, queen e4 was certainly more logical to me, that's for sure.
I think it may have been a mouse slip. I think he intended for that queen to go one step further so that it could get over to that other side and point down towards the black king. Now the queen is unable to contribute in attack because the one square you're kind of pointing in towards, the h6 square, is safely defended by the bishop. And he decides to castle. He abandons all plans of checkmate on the king side, and the eval bar goes from white having a massive position to now actually favoring black. Black has the bishop pair, and black also has that extra pawn he grabbed early on in the opening.
Yeah, and I have to say Eric has sort of let this fish off the hook, but still, you regain a pawn. I think there's certainly compensation for the pawn, but I mean, a6 is a great move, though.
a6 putting pressure on the rook. If the rook were to capture the pawn on c5 now, black would make a trade, bishop for knight in the center, setting up the knight coming in for the fork on the rook and on the queen thereafter. Therefore, Eric Rosen feels compelled to retreat. But then the pawn comes again, attacking the bishop. The bishop has to retreat as well. And at this stage, I'm going to suggest moving on to a different game because I believe the big fish has solved his problems. And Eric Rosen, presented with a great opportunity to advertise his favorite opening, the London, he has failed to find the right plan. And as you said, let the fish off the hook.
Yeah, maybe we can check out this game, Shield 12, I believe, very strong Uzbek Grandmaster. Looks pretty sharp. Let's see if we can investigate further.
I'm actually struggling to find it on my end. Shield 12, Shield 12. There it is. I got it for you.
Excellent. Yeah, so first thing I see here, both kings can be exploited. Black's, I mean, having a weak back rank, but I don't see any tactics. And meanwhile, this diagonal could be a serious issue for white.
On the other hand, white is up a pawn, which is why the computer is recommending their position. But white also down significantly on time. And just as you said, Jeffrey, this position is more difficult to play with the white pieces because the king is more vulnerable. And as the bishops are traded, the evaluation goes over in black's favor here, and this could be a possible upset. It's Peon Rojo from Mexico, a FIDE master, potentially beating Mamedov of oh no, sorry, I mixed them up.
Yeah, I think this is Shamsuddin Vokitov from the Uzbekistan. I don't know if there's another Vokitov. I don't know if they have some kind of relation, but certainly Shamsuddin is very, very strong.
He's one of the top ranked players for this event. He's currently up a pawn, but he's struggling massively with the very unfortunate placement of the king in the corner that will be tested by these black pieces pointing in its direction.
Yeah, I think he's done well to sort of address the issues concretely, but it's very difficult to really progress now.
Yeah, look at that plan from black. Incredible play. The pawn just pushes up as far as it goes. And now, with the pawn controlling the g2 square, the white king is stuck in the corner for the foreseeable future. And despite black being down a pawn, the engines actually feel this is a winning position for the black player. Incredible. However, he shouldn't make a trade of rooks. He wants to keep the pressure. I would say he should move his rook to attack the queen right now. But on the other hand, how do you defend this pawn on h3? If you lose that pawn, you're down 2 pawns. So you gotta strike immediately right now.
Yeah, I think he needs to get this queen to d2 somehow and threaten rook e1. That looks like a very tempting idea. I'm not sure this works though. Red take.
The queen coming in. Black now down 2 pawns. A major problem if you're only counting pawns. But we're also looking at this pressure in towards the white king, which feels, yeah, very uncomfortable.
Yeah, black just has to find a way, keep that pressure on. Don't let white exchange any pieces.
So white tried to exchange the rooks. Then the queen came in with the check, forcing the rook away. But can white now go for a draw by just moving the rook up and down? Probably he could, but he doesn't want to draw. White wants to win this game because he's a grandmaster and he has 2 extra pawns. However, as white now starts to push their pawn up the board to become a new queen, black will start capturing every single pawn on the opposite side of the board. And that strategy of being 2 pawns up is kind of crumbling now very quickly.
Yeah, black, he is. Oh, I love this decision to keep the rook and queen on, because that queen endgame maybe would be easier for white with the pass pawn sort of running up the board. But now, at the very least, black has a draw.
Yeah. So white now trying to struggle to make a draw. Ooh, and he gets the offer of a repetition. Shield taking that opportunity immediately. He knows he's in trouble. He knows he wants a draw here. And a draw was also the result in the game. Great play there from Peon Rojo. I believe it's the red pawn in Spanish. He gets a draw against a much higher ranked player.
Yeah, a very solid result there. Sort of small upset.
I'm going to move on to another big chess.com streamer name. It's Benjamin Book with the white pieces here. And he has the advantage of having a rook in exchange for a knight and a pawn. So a rook should be better there. But there's also a problem of black struggling to keep that e4 pawn defended. That pawn might drop off as well.
Yeah, I think the most straightforward way might be simply bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and queen d5. And once I collect that e4 pawn and sort of my rook stream in, I think it should be a pretty swift conversion.
getting those queens next to each other, getting that trade, and afterwards taking the pawn with the rook seems like a good strategy. That is the strategy of Jeffrey Shang, who actually already qualified to the next phase of this event. So I'm guessing you know what you're talking about, Jeffrey.
Yeah, although I have to say, I mean, as I mentioned, only with 2 spots left for grabs, you need a lot to go right. And I think I was somehow, I only had 7 in the end, but my tiebreaks were better than like 10 other people. But definitely you don't want to rely on that.
Yeah, and actually, your plan was played by Benjamin, and there have been a lot of trades. But now the black and the white rooks will be incredibly well placed as they're invading into the black half of the board, and I guess just capture this pawn and then get in there with the other rook. That seems very promising for the first player.
Yeah, he should just be wrapping this up. And I think we had another small upset. I saw David Paravian drew with the white pieces. So it's getting tougher and tougher for these top players.
And soon they will be facing each other. And that's going to be, that's where we separate the good from the best.
As rook e4, very clinical way, take away black's only hope.
Yeah, with this passed pawn being captured, there's no chance of Nicolas de la Colina from Peru getting back into this. And with that, we're going to move on to Robert Hess. And Robert Hess here with the white pieces. He's only up a pawn, but a pawn can become a new queen. And that's precisely what white is doing in this position. The pawn will be pushed up, the rook will be moved back, and then the king will move away to give space for the pawn. This is a very famous endgame position that is useful to know. Wow, Hess doesn't even need to go into the famous endgame position. He moves his rook up, gives a check on the king, and the point is that if he had moved his king immediately, that king would have gotten checked by the rook many times in a row. But because you go with the rook first, then you can come with the king. The rook shields your king in that direction, and you're just going to get your pawn up to become a new queen. Very nice technique there from Bobby Hess.
Indeed, and a very solid start for our commentators. I think Dan is also on 2 out of 2, along with a big group of players. I think most favorites have taken care of business the first 2 games.
I'm going to jump over to this game between Maxi Potato and Sosat. And the main reason I did that is because I saw Maxi featuring that Norwegian flag. Going to take a quick look at what my countrymen can make happen here. And it's a really tricky position where white just gave away a bishop a couple of moves ago, and now he's giving away his knight as well, but he's gonna win anyway because there's no way for that black rook to stop the white pawn. Wow, Maxi Potato, I don't think you had everything under control right there. They lost first a bishop, then a knight, but it didn't matter because the pawn just made it all the way to become a new queen.
Yeah, he should be. I mean, not sure why he's thinking here. He has to promote.
Yeah, and now the trick is do not capture this knight. The knight is going to come in and capture the rook, but you shouldn't capture the knight. Instead, you should go with the queen to make a double attack on black's king and on the black rook, and that will decide the game.
Yeah, and he should have forced mate here and enough time to deliver it, I believe.
Oh yeah, that's true. There's no increments. He only has 20 seconds left.
He's not shown the best, but This should be enough still.
I'm not sure. Black has a passed pawn, a pawn that can come up and become a new queen. Those are annoying. It keeps you on your toes. The rook now coming in, trying to capture this pawn. Ooh, the rook giving a check. This is going to be a big time scramble. White is down to just 13 seconds. But the pawn is making its way up for a second queen.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. The queen comes in to win the rook, and that makes it much easier for pre-moves. And now the checkmate with the two queens. That finishes the game.
Yeah, great upset win there by your fellow Norwegian. And seems like Sam, we covered him last round. Is he playing yet again?
Yeah, so that has finished all the games of this second round. We can see the standings on the screen. Big Fish still up there. Benjamin Book we followed. He's up there. We saw Sam from Armenia taking a time trouble win last game. He's up there. Danya Naroditsky is up there. Grandmaster Bobby Hess, he's up there as well. Sam Sevian with the username Konovets, the pre-tournament favorite, he's up there as well. So far, all the favorites still in the running with a perfect score.
Yeah, and can you count how many exactly is that? Is that about like 30 or 40?
Yeah, on 2 points out of 2, there are more than I can count.
Oh, wow, and I'm very excited for this round. So we have already Grandmasters facing off. We have GM Hess against the Big Fish.
Yeah, so we're going to take a look at that because the Big Fish we have seen, he is willing to make big risks in the opening. And that is also the case of Grandmaster Hess, who actually goes into this game featuring a hippopotamus opening.
Yeah, I think it's a patented Hess line. He usually doesn't play theory. And Big Fish, yeah, it's kind of, maybe he's staring at himself in the mirror right now. Usually this is his style of play, but he's going to get a chance to sort of punish this adventurous approach by Robert.
Yeah, and in the hippo opening, normally you want both your bishops to be standing on the side, pointing in towards the white center, the pawns in the middle. But with this clever pawn to a5 move, white has made it more difficult for black to move that pawn forward and get the bishop in the right position. And for that reason, the eval bar on the left side is already giving a massive advantage in white's favor.
Yeah, and a huge problem here for black is they can't castle. And the king, I mean, it's not going to be able to stay in the middle for too long with the opening of this D file. So expecting maybe a knight a4 move here, put it on c5, could be very disturbing for black. I think many promising options here.
And the Big Fish didn't listen to what Jeffrey said, but great minds think alike. He does play the knight out to a4, and that also makes it even more difficult for black to get this bishop in, because like you wanted to move your bishop forward here to a nice positioning in the middle, but if you do that, the knight comes in to attack the bishop, which is also the case right now.
Yeah, and I think there's a pleasant choice. You can even castle long here. Looks a little bit suspicious when you advance the pawn all the way to a5, but I think the king is perfectly safe. He does go queen b4 first, keeping the option where to put his king.
But now he did allow castles kingside, right? Because now the queen and bishop are no longer working together against that h6 pawn.
True, yeah. I think he wants to respond with long castles and then maybe give black some concrete problems, because that knight on e7 is a really terrible piece.
Yeah. So when a white castles on the next move, the rook will jump over to the middle of the board, and the rook will be pointing down towards the black queen, which is struggling to find a safe placement in the lieu of that rook's pressure.
Yeah, it looks like a very tough position here for Robert. I was thinking if you could get your knight to d6, be very ideal, but I don't know if you have time for that. So yeah,
And
not an easy
yeah,
position.
the players taking their time in this moment. But to me, it kind of feels like often you would want to take your time before it's a complete disaster, right? And here Hess played very, very quickly early on, but the position just became a big, big problem at that stage.
Yeah, and while Robert has still taken his time trying to see if he can get out of this mess, maybe we can check in on the other commentator, Daniel Naroditsky. I think his game is getting very interesting here. It's a complex English. Let's see, can you track that down?
Yeah, Danya, where are you hiding? Yes, equal amount of pawns. White has doubled pawns. You don't like to see that. Preferably, you want your pawns standing kind of next to each other where they can protect each other. But what is Danya's argument? His argument is that the rook is attacking the bishop, and the bishop is attacking the rook. You're attacking two pieces at once. So
And
he's saying he's going to win because of that.
yeah, and wait a second, how do you actually solve this issue? I see that the engine saying black is still fine, but if you have to lose an exchange, I don't think it should be equal, right?
Does not look fine for black for me. There may be a miracle save here that the computer can identify, but I cannot. Well, actually, yeah, that's gonna do it.
Yeah, but there's still rook d5. I guess he's gonna sacrifice the exchange.
Ooh, rook d5 and then c5.
Oh, c5. Oh my goodness.
Fantastic move. Great play from the Sri Lankan player. The rook was attacking the bishop. The bishop was attacking the rook. But by blocking with the pawn, when white captures this pawn, they need to decide whether they want to continue the attack against the rook or the attack against the bishop. And so here, only one piece is under pressure at the same time, and that you can get away from. It did cost you a pawn, but with white's pawn structure being pretty poor, giving up a pawn should be fine.
Yeah, and I guess now you simply slide over to e8, presumably with a very serious threat of rook e1. You don't want to allow that as white, but also c3 is hanging. So black, he's been playing a really phenomenal game so far.
And also, I like this move, bishop c6. I mean, that it doesn't sound as thrilling as capturing stuff or giving checks, but I just really like how this bishop will chase away the white rook while also being protected by its own pawn and protecting its own pawn. It's like a perfect cooperation between bishop and pawn here. So there's a lot of stuff going wrong, right for black right now. And that spells trouble for Danya, who is down on time and down on evaluation, according to the engine.
Yeah, now I really like your move, bishop c6. Asking where does that rook go? It doesn't have a great square, I think.
The rook retreats one square. What's next for black is the big question. I'm going to say rook d8. Just getting that rook into the middle looks so good because white is essentially playing without the bishop and without the rook. And if the bishop tries to get into the game, there will be a trouble with a white pawn that has been relying on that bishop to defend it.
Oh, I see another really nice idea. There's a move bishop b6, which would basically force you to open my rook.
Wow, bishop b6, fantastic move. The trade is forced, giving black doubled pawns. But in this case, you wanted the double pawns because then you open up for your rook along the side of the board. That would have been just a killer right there. That would have been almost game over because the rook is not only capturing a pawn, it's also attacking the white king. Instead, black does go for my less accurate move with the rook into the center.
But yeah, I still like this for black, I think. I mean, as you mentioned, if white might have to give up g2, but in that case, they'd just be left with those double c pawns with the material restored. So slight lean towards black, but let's see if Dania can figure out a way here.
He's under so much pressure right now. And we see that even in round 3, while we do have some grandmasters matching up against each other, Dania on the ratings is actually still a huge favorite at this stage. So he's going to want to continue his winning ways so that he has a great start before getting what was supposed to be the trickiest of opposition. But it turns out Susal De Silva here from Sri Lanka is proving a very formidable opponent as well.
Yeah, Dania does not want to concede a point here against, a non-grandmaster opponent. But I realized another issue. So I can't play bishop d3 for another reason. There's b6, I think. And I feel like there's immediate problems on default. Although, okay, there is bishop d6.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can see there, rook e6 in that case, like.
We might get to test this out, because after rook d8, bishop d3 has been played. The pawn coming up, putting pressure on white's bishop, which moves into the middle. The big question now, is the black bishop on a5, is it kind of stuck? It cannot get back. It cannot get forward right now. And white does have these pieces well placed in the middle of the board. It's just that the white pawn structure is awful because the pawns are just not protecting each other whatsoever. Not a single one of white's pawns is in a position to protect one of its buddies.
Yeah, this is an incredibly tense endgame. c5, very logical move here, trying to undouble the pawns and also create a pass c pawn.
Yeah, and he's trying to get his bishop back into the middle, putting that pressure down towards the black king in conjunction with the rook. However, to me, it feels like these trades are okay for black, because after the trade of these two pawns, black does get the bishop back into play with bishop b6, offering trades.
Yeah, so we'll see what Susal has in mind here. Feels like Dania he gave up g2, but he sort of, created his own play here a bit.
Ooh, aggressive play from black. Instead of making trades, they're aiming for that white pawn on the side of the board. And as we discussed, because of the white pawns being completely separated from each other, they cannot help each other out. And so Dania needs to make a move here with that pawn just to save it.
Yeah, very cool move. And also, I guess, a7 has been hanging for a while, but you cannot take because it would always event by rook a8, and that would only activate black's rook. Now, how do you solve this d-file pin?
The pressure down on white's king. The king cannot stay on the same file as the black rook. But if it goes to the left, the bishop will come in from the side to put pressure on that king. So the king needs to go to the right instead. But that would drop the protection of the c3 pawn.
Yeah, this looks very tricky, and Dania getting under 3 minutes. Big pressure being applied here. Maybe a move like rook e1 to start. Yeah, he does play it.
Rook e1, putting pressure on the bishop. Pawn protecting. I like that move. Nice pawn move, just keeping that well-placed bishop in the middle of the board. And Dania keeps thinking he's way down on time right now.
Yeah, this is so tricky. Bishop b5, serious threat. And you might, actually, I don't see a great way to deal with that. Okay, he takes on a7.
Wow, what a risky move. Why not bishop attacking the, like you said, bishop b5?
Yeah, I think he wants bishop d4.
Bishop b5, putting pressure on the bishop. The bishop cannot move because then your king will be in check. Bishop d4 suggested by Jeffrey blocks this pressure. But if bishop now takes on d4.
Yeah, take on d4.
Oh, you take back. The rook comes in. There's still this pressure. But white has one saving move with the rook coming up to defend. And this is precisely what we have on the board right now. All of these moves have been executed by the players.
Yeah, I think both sides playing really accurately here. And as black, I don't see anything better than simply taking, going rook a4, and then bringing the king up.
But then white has a passed pawn. White is the only player here to have a pawn that can reach the other side of the board without being intercepted by the opposing pawns. This must be better for white, no?
Yeah, I would definitely take white here. I mean, with the passed pawn. Although my feeling is that black should be in time because, again, the kingside pawns are a bit flimsy. And you should be able to, liquidate everything and trade it all off.
Ooh, but yeah, it's got to feel stressful for De Silva with the black pieces, feeling that this pawn may decide the game. He's taking his time here, trying to decide on how to make these trades. Ooh, he comes up with the king. That feels like a massive mistake. No, he goes into the pawn endgame. No, this pawn on the side of the board will be a deflection for white. And so while black is trying to get over to this side to stop the pawn, the white king will, in the meantime, start gobbling up the black pawns in the meantime. That was a classic mistake from the Sri Lankan player, and it is going to decide this game in Naroditsky's favor.
Yeah, this should be really easy here. Just push and then mop up the king side. Maybe we can go back to Robert's game, which is heating up. He only has 30 seconds here.
Yeah, inexplicable mistake by De Silva, and that's going to cost him the game. Daniel Naroditsky definitely going to win this now as we move over to Robert Hess, who's made quite the comeback here. He's up a rook in exchange for a bishop. However, with this white pawn being only one step away from becoming a new queen, you cannot hope for a win, even though you have that rook versus bishop advantage. You have to just try and save the game. And that's precisely what he does. He gives away his rook for that white bishop. Now it's an equal rook endgame. But with 28 seconds left on the clock, there's no way Robert Hess is going to save this, is there?
Yeah, I mean, this is very unfortunate. Especially because, yeah, I mean, we've seen Big Fish basically not care about his position, just play on the clock, and you better believe he's going to do the same here.
He definitely is. And frankly, I mean, I feel like even his position may have some merits objectively. Like, just push this pawn. It looks so dangerous. There's no way for black's rook to kind of get in position to stop that pawn easily, is there? There's absolutely no way Robert Hess is going to save the draw here. It's not because he has a losing position. It's because he just doesn't have enough time left.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, G4, no doubt calculating this, and it might already be winning here.
And the eval bar confirms this pawn is just making its way to become a new queen. Black can get a new queen as well, but that's not really going to help much. The pawn just cruising in. Okay, Big Fish with a mistake. Doesn't really matter. Hess down to just 10 seconds. There's no way he finds all the accurate defensive moves in time. However, here he does have a pawn that can become a new queen, but he realizes that there's no saving this given the time situation, and he resigns the game.
Yeah, and we still have many, many games. Konovets, I think, two games,
Yes.
two really intense games here.
Sam Sevian Konovets with the black pieces here, playing another grandmaster. He's up a pawn in a rook endgame, but the opponent, Bilodeau, he has a pawn that's only one square away from becoming a new queen. That means the black rook is completely stuck on defense. And if anything, it's black who has to be careful to make a draw here.
Yeah, and I think, but one funny thing to note is rook against rook is probably going to be a win for black with only 30 seconds.
Oh,
He's going to go for the flag.
Is this a thing?
Yeah, this is a thing.
I mean, wow.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to execute 50 moves, I think. I mean, it's going to be close. Let's see.
Yeah, this is the problem playing without increment, huh? You can't even make a draw with rook versus rook.
He's got to get his rook close so that he can pre-move, but I mean, it's at some point it's not easy to make pre-moves. Doing a good job so far.
Trying to get his king out of the corner. Going for quick moves here. Good job, good job. Pre-moves, yes. How many moves until 50 move rule?
Great question. Yeah, he's close.
So you need to make 50 moves since the last time a pawn was captured. Oh, and Sam Sevian also getting low on time.
Ooh. No, well, that's not. Oh, he made it. All right.
He made it. He managed to make 50 moves since the last piece was captured or pawn was moved. And it's a draw of rook versus rook. One player still playing. No, Eric Rosen has made a draw. And the last game of the round is Mike Saylor against Nicholas Della Colina. And the black queen right now giving lots of checks on the white king. Both players just with seconds left. But as black blunders the queen, white is making the pre-moves that are necessary to salvage this, maybe. I'm not sure. Draw by repetition. To be honest, I'm not sure either player deserved to lose that. Both were down to 0.4 and 0.5 seconds respectively. And the draw by repetition is some kind of karmic justice, I think.
Yes, I would also say that's a fair result. Just want to report a few results. Christopher Yu, a newly minted U.S. Junior Champion, was upset by, I believe, a Chilean Grandmaster, XDPS. And Rauf Mamedov also lost to Antipov. So some big results there. And how many players here now on 3 out of 3?
It's almost a full screen of players with a perfect score. But for once, for the first time in this tournament, we have one player not on a perfect score. And that means all of these top players will be facing each other in this fourth round. Coming up, to be fair, right now, the games are just starting for the fourth round. And we're going to take a look at someone we haven't spent too much time on. No, actually, we are going to stay with the big fish. I was thinking, big fish versus Georg Mayer. That feels like the big matchup. It's the first board of this round. And it does mean that we have been following Big Fish as the first game for 4 rounds in a row. But he has provided us with some great entertainment. So we're sticking with him.
Yeah, it's hard not to watch. I mean, it's so entertaining. But also, did 2 players already made a draw? I'm not sure what you make of this strategy. I think when you have white, you want to always, try for wins. I think, as we mentioned earlier on, you need a huge score. So, but nonetheless, Sam and Gadir Gasanov agreeing for a draw in 2 moves.
Well, I'm all for peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. So I think we'll let that one slide for once, and instead focus on Gerrit Meyer taking on the one of the top rated players of the event, but a player we have seen be in quite some trouble. Big Fish was losing in the first round. It was a drawing position against Robert Hess in the third round. But you know that top level pace does pay off in this format where the players get 10 minutes and no extra time per move they make.
Yeah, and I think we're in for a very slow maneuvering game here. Georg playing his patented ready setup. Very kind of bizarre approach here, although it is gaining popularity. This move on move two, knight d7, played by Big Fish. And we get this kind of setup, which is not very standard with bishop on a3.
So this bishop on a3 pointing in towards its opponent on f8. It means that if black wants to push the pawn forward in the middle, which of course they do, there will be a trade and black will lose the right to castle. Because when this bishop is captured, either the king or the rook has to recapture, meaning that you can no longer castle kingside. However, I don't think that's going to be a big problem for the Fish. I think he's just going to be happy to move his king manually over to the side of the board. And he's not going to care so much whether the king got there by castling or by just walking over.
Yes, definitely something to think about. You can also go, okay, he does ultimately trade. But this position, I don't know. I feel like white might be for choice.
White slightly better because of that more aggressive pawn stance. Just got that ever so slightly higher up with the pawns in the middle. Black now also facing a potential problem, not so much with the king. The king is very safe here, but the problem is that the king did not castle, so the rook didn't get on the other side. So the problem of castling, not so much that the king is unsafe, but that the rook is struggling to get in from the corner.
Yeah, and as white, I would look for some really quick queen set operation if you could somehow take advantage that black hasn't connected the rooks, as you mentioned, with maybe a b4 break. But it does take some time to really incorporate.
Yeah, wanting to play b4 is a great idea, but right now, black has that square firmly under control. So that would take some preparatory moves.
Goes knight c3, which I think offers a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, pawn sacrifice, free pawn on c4. But if you start capturing it, the white pieces will gain a lot of space to put pressure on the black position in a situation where black is essentially playing down a rook because of this h8 rook not getting into play.
Yeah, now I think Georg is planning a quick e4 here.
Well, yeah, e4, yeah.
But yeah, I see I see what you're highlighting as well. To sort of trap this queen maybe with c5 and e3.
Yeah,
you could be onto something there.
Yeah, so I was thinking Big Fish was probably wanting to go king e7 to just get the rook in, but then black's queen may have gotten into some big trouble.
Mm-hmm. But this also looks very sketchy because with that opening of the b file, and your king's still on f8.
I mean, right now I'm thinking e4, just put pressure on the bishop. Mm-hmm. Oh no, if e4, then maybe pawn takes pawn with the idea you sacrifice your bishop, because then afterwards the pawn gets that double attack on the queen and rook. Wow, this game is really heating up right now. Instead, Gerrit Meyer did not fall for this trick. He recaptured on c4. Then he went with this e4 idea, pushing the bishop back. Another trade was made. The bishop had to retreat. But now that this e4 pawn has come up, the pawn is blocking the bishop's pressure down towards the b1 square, which is very important because now this square can be utilized by the white rook, putting pressure on the black queen.
Yeah, and I think you do just play rook b1, and maybe rook b6 is the nicest square here, just planning to double. And I think for sure you're at least going to get back the pawn. How much better you are is another question.
I feel like black is essentially playing down a rook. This rook on h8 is a big problem. It's not succeeding in getting back into the game.
But I mean, it is pretty quick after king h7. So
Okay, so the big fish prioritizing getting that king into play by moving his own king away.
yeah, now rook a7. Because I was thinking queen b2, white must be better, but it's not so clear that d4. I mean, there's pressure on both d4 and e4. Like queen b2, I go king h7. And then you can imagine once we trade everything off on b7, I have a rook d8, and it's not easy to keep your structure intact.
So the big fish might get out of trouble here, and he also has a 2-minute time advantage. He's finally gotten his king out of the way for the rook to get into the middle and put pressure on that poorly defended white pawn on d4. And that may give him good chances, not only to save this game, but maybe even get a win. So I think we're going to move on from this one. And I'm going to go to. Do you have a preference?
Yes, I actually do. I think Benjamin Bach, this position looks very interesting.
Wow. Benjamin Bach is up 2 pawns and he has the bishop pair. However, look at these black rooks contributing in the game really early on. These rooks have nice open files, while the white rook, similarly to what we just saw from the big fish, the rook is just stuck in the corner, not contributing. And that makes for very interesting play.
Yeah, this is razor sharp. Yeah, Benjamin, he's playing against a very talented Argentinian grandmaster, Alan Pichot, and he loves these attacking like positions. So I would be incredibly nervous here as Benjamin. Right now, I'd be looking, how do I get rid of this now on e3? Because I cannot let it stay there for too long.
And do you have a plan? I mean, I guess getting the rook in to try and attack the knight
but
feels...
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do, but I think I probably have to address this last move would be b6. But if I take, I mean, I'm opening. Already try c6.
c6, the pawn moving forward, the queen instantly coming in to attack against it. But this queen move is very tricky because not only is it attacking the pawn, it's also pointing down towards this pawn on h2, which means that now rook g1 would be a mistake on account of the queen coming in, capturing a pawn and even trapping the rook. So yeah, this game is still so tense. The bishop has nowhere to move. Its potential is being blocked by the black knight. This rook, well, it has one step, one place it can go, but then you're giving up your pawn. And this other rook also has nowhere to go. White's pieces are just massively stuck on the back rank.
Yeah, I think, did he want to go knight f3 here? Because the idea is if you take, I have rook g7 with my own little attack. But yeah, but I think there would be queen f4. So this is not sure what to make of it.
I mean, the engine is saying white is for preference, which just shocks me because to me it just feels like black is dominating. But look at this from Benjamin Buck. He just gives away his rook for a bishop because he says, well, that rook wasn't really doing much anyway, and I'm just trying to win thanks to my pawns over here on the opposite side.
Yeah, I think that was a great decision by Benjamin, and he has the option here of going c5, just pushing all the pawns down the board.
Those pawns are just gonna cause so much trouble for black. Also an option, pawn to e5, But yeah, he does go for Jeffrey's move here. This pawn can be captured, but then you open up for the next pawn to just continue further forward. White is down a rook in exchange for a bishop, but who is counting rooks and bishops when you got these two pawns so close to becoming a new queen?
Yeah,
You
and
start getting a new queen, that's when things matter.
indeed. And I think as black, you have to start looking for your own play because maybe some queen f2. Yeah, because I think if you take and allow those pawns to keep rolling, you're not gonna be too happy about it.
And this tense game is also tense on the clock. It's equal time right now.
Yeah, so I mean, there's so many things here to consider for black. Maybe he's probably calculating also bc5, b6, and then if he has a move there.
Just getting back into defense.
Right. But
then the knight comes.
yeah, I would intuitively I would feel like you don't have time to take on c5 here.
Maybe he can just move the queen back immediately.
Yeah, queen c7 also very reasonable.
But he needs to make a decision.
He does, yes.
He spent so much time on this move, and when we're playing 10 minutes with no increment, losing that, spending that much time is such a risky endeavor.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't imagine the position getting any less sharp 5 moves from now. So you're gonna, at this very moment, you might just have to trust your gut and play the move.
I think he spent more than 2 minutes on this move right now. He doesn't seem to figure it out. B6 was a pre-move that came up real quick. The queen then coming in, giving an attack on the white rook. The rook needs to move. Maybe it doesn't even need to move. Can you move the knight forward and use the queen to give protection for that rook? Lots of things to consider for white as well.
Yeah, the ball right back here in Benjamin's court. If he can sort of deal with black's threats, though, I mean, c7, and that should be good. So he just needs to be very, very precise here, not blundering any tactics, which certainly could exist.
I mean, how do you not blunder any tactics in this position with only 3 minutes on the clock? And you can't really spend those 3 minutes because you know you're going to need that for the time scramble. You got to make a decision within 30 seconds. And you can't figure everything out. You just, like you said, you got to trust your gut.
I think you do. And I feel like you should move the knight here just because, first of all, rook d1 knight e3 has to be bad. And rook e2 also, maybe queen f4 and your bishop on f1 would be hanging. So I think knight b3 or knight c4 is the choice, but out of those two options, I have no idea which one is better.
Neither does Benjamin Book, who keeps spending time on this move. We just saw the Argentinian Grandmaster spending more than 2 minutes on his decision. Benjamin here repaying the favor, once again down on time as we move into the decisive phase of the game.
Yeah, now maybe rook d2 is not a big threat because, I mean, even if you win those two pieces, white still has the C and B pawn. So yeah, I mean, this is going to be a chaotic finish.
So the big question here, can white push the pawn forward? Should you fear that black is going to sacrifice their rook for the knight? Because the knight is the only piece protecting the bishop. Benjamin Book decides, I do want to keep my bishop safe. He moves it out of harm's way. He's now down 40 seconds on the clock. And the computer evaluation says that this is an equal position. Computers are just insane at chess. They have completely destroyed all humans. And this is exactly the kind of position they excel in. When the king is in danger, when there's pawns trying to become new queens, it's impossible for a human to keep everything under control, but for a chess engine, they just give you the answer.
Yeah. Oh, and a computer did not approve of that last move. Maybe it's like e5 here, which would open up my bishop, protect c6, and also.
Yeah, e5 just feels right. I agree with you. Just giving away a pawn, sure, but it releases the energy in our pieces. Because right now this bishop is not worth much, just pointing towards a pawn. But if this bishop could help protect our key pawns, that would be a much better mission in life for that piece. But Benjamin needs to play now. He's down to just 1 minute.
Yeah, I think he might be calculating like queen takes c5, but or he does ultimately go e5.
No, but he spent way too much time on that. You need to just move. It doesn't matter whether you find a good move here for black or not. Wow,
look at this.
Queen sacrifice. Queen sacrifice. Because if you recapture, the bishop comes in to attack both the queen and the rook at the same time. What a move from Benjamin Book. But will it be enough? Will he have enough time to give the checkmate afterwards? Probably yes.
Yeah, I think this is good because he's basically getting rid of all of black's attackers. Black's going to be left with one queen, which is simply not enough to do anything. And I still have the C and B pawns after I collect your rook.
Well, first now, queen is going to capture one of those pawns.
Wait, after queen b4, I might not even take your rook. I could go c7 simply.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, queen b4 has been played. He wants to capture this pawn.
And I like c7 because you don't give black any checks. Like you have maybe, no, you have check on a3, but I just block it. So yeah, I really like c7 here.
Yeah, one of these pawns, well, this pawn on c6 is gonna be a new queen. And Benjamin Book finds that move, just ignoring the black rook to just prioritize getting that pawn up to get a new queen. Amazing game, amazing play. Benjamin Book is gonna get the win here. It's guaranteed. Now he's also up on time. So yeah, he's gonna get the win here. And this was
queen a6 is a good try. I think you should take on f6 here because b7 was tempting, but that might lead to complications. But bishop takes f6 is the dagger.
Okay. Why am I not getting a new queen? Oh, because
I take on e2. Yeah.
Ooh, wow. And then you're gonna be low on time. Oh, but he does take on
finds
f6
it again.
Great move. Or is it?
Wait, GF6
what is the idea after pawn takes?
Still. No, this is still sharp. Oh my goodness.
Like this king is in trouble. Like this queen can start attacking the king, and Book is down to just 15 seconds. He's gonna lose this game. The queen coming in, giving checks on the king, and he's not finding shelter for that king in only 10 seconds. And now rook takes d2 also. No?
Wait. It is, but it's still very unclear.
Wait, is white going to get two queens now? White is getting two queens. No, but he got the rook. What is going on? Okay, but now, okay. So it's 3 pawns against the, but you just, there's no more time.
Wow.
Oh no. Benjamin Book plays an amazing game, but ends up losing. He did spend too much time there in those decisive phases.
You called it. Yeah, you called it. That e5 move maybe spent an extra 45 seconds he didn't need, and that ended up costing him. So I believe that does take us to our first break here.
We just caught the end here of Vlad getting a nice win with the black pieces. I'm honestly noticing that my voice needs a break because I'm about to lose it. We'll take a quick look at the standings first. So we do still have people on 4 out of 4 points, but it's not so many anymore. It's 6 of them. One is Danya Naroditsky. One is the big fish we've been following a lot. But another one on 4 out of 4 It's Plati from Argentina, who we just witnessed win an incredible game against Benjamin Buck. We will have more of this action coming in after we have a short 5-minute break. The 44th Chess Olympiad is coming to Chennai, India. This is the biggest team event in chess, with more than 100 countries competing for gold. Catch all the action on chess.com between July 28th and August 9th. And with that, we are back with the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship. I am Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Jeffrey Shong, and we have had some incredible games to start this off. But there's still another 5 rounds of this event, and we got a big matchup now with the big fish from Russia. It's Vladimir Fedoseev. Butting heads with chess.com's very own commentator, Danya Naroditsky.
Yeah, it's been super exciting so far. Big Fish maybe still taking his break, hasn't realized the game yet to go. But I think, so if I'm not mistaken, we have 6 players still perfect on 4 out of 4, so giving us 3 matchups. I guess we can go over to some other game while Big Fish still takes his time.
Yeah, Big Fish needs to find his tea or coffee or whatever. I'm switching over to Gregory Oparin with the white pieces, but he's not there either. But here, a game that has started with both players being on 4 out of 4. It's Infernal against Chess Lover. I gotta admit, I do not know who these players are. But what I do know is that they play some enterprising chess. Look at this move. Rook to a6. He's going to move that rook over to the other side. And he's going to be attacking the white king early on. That is some crazy aggression from black.
Yeah, and quick word about the players. I also don't know who the white player is. I guess we can find out in a second. But black is the Russian Grandmaster Pankratov. And funnily enough, I've actually had this on the white side against him already. He's playing this Budapest Gambit, and he often likes to swing that rook over.
And how did you do? And was it dangerous?
I did not handle it well. Actually, I think I lost a pawn and very quick, and he ended up beating me quite handily. So I had to refresh my Budapest afterwards.
Wow. Okay, so the rook has come over to the other side. The queen poised to join very soon. And before the queen can get into that attacking position, the knight moves forward to attack the rook. The rook has to move, but now that knight is in a vulnerable position. White presumably now going to go f4. Because once you've started going aggressive against black's pieces, you just can't stop. And f4 will put pressure on that well-placed black knight in the center.
Yeah, I could definitely see white looking for some really concrete action here. Maybe a potential, after f4, you attack the rook, maybe swing your own rook to g3. It could be a juicy attack here. But what else is he considering? Maybe he can also play a simple queen c2. Okay, but he does decide to go for it.
f4 just felt right, in my opinion. The knight only had 1 retreat available, but that pushes the knight away from the danger around the white king. White is feeling very safe now and may even try to start attacking with this bishop coming up and putting pressure on the rook. And the rook actually now only has 1 safe square to go to. And yet he's hesitating. What has Infernal seen here?
He's gone rook f6?
That is a square where the rook can be captured by the white bishop, but he's arguing that this bishop is white's best piece at the moment, so he's not thinking so much about what a rook or a bishop is normally worth. He's just saying, my rook wasn't really doing that much. Your bishop was amazing, pointing down the board, and so I would be very happy to give up my rook if that means I get to capture your bishop afterwards. Really interesting play here from black.
Yeah, wow, what a concept. And as white, I think I would probably still take it just because I don't necessarily see why not. Maybe I can take and go knight d4, but I guess he's also considering maybe like bishop g4, just leaving the tension in the position.
Interesting. Bishop g4 would, yeah. So I mean, either way, white needs to defend the knight at some point. And the only reason he hasn't done so already is because he's kind of shell shocked that black has decided to disregard traditional concepts of pieces values and just given up that rook.
Yeah, he does ultimately take it, and knight g3, okay. I guess black has an annoying predicament here because he wants to get the bishop on c8 involved, but he doesn't want to go d6 and block in his other bishop, I don't think. So he's gonna decide how to configure
And he also wants to keep his bishop.
Uh-huh.
So if he goes this d6 move, there will be a trade of bishops that black cannot avoid. So yeah, instead he chooses to move his knight up in the center. White then responding quickly, realizing that we spent a lot of time on this previous decision. Now we got to speed up. The queen now attacking the rook. The rook has to retreat, and then white will bring their rook in from the corner and try and put pressure alongside the queen towards that centralized black knight.
And I also just now realized a5 is hanging, and you might think that's a minor issue, but when I take on a5, then c7's hanging, maybe, could be, I don't really like this for black anymore.
Black had a major time advantage. Actually, Jeffrey, he's going to sacrifice again.
Followed by knight f5 or bishop c5?
I don't know. I just thought, well, I thought maybe some kind of queen h6.
Yeah, you were right. Maybe takes and bishop c5 was the best try because in this scenario, it looks too easy for white.
Okay, so white is up a rook in exchange for a pawn and a bishop. However, well, both of these bishops really not really doing much here, being blocked in every direction. C5, okay, the pawn is protecting the knight in the center, but as Jeffrey pointed out, there is this pawn on the side of the board that can be captured, and then the queen can start going after the bishop afterwards. I don't really see what black is doing here.
Yeah, he probably wants to go b6, but then I follow up with queen a8, forcing rook e8, and then rook e1. I mean, this looks excellent for white.
Well, it looks game over, no?
I mean, if there's not some tactic that I'm missing, it's certainly close. Like the extra exchange,
definitely should have sacrificed that rook for a second time, and that would also have been by far the coolest move to make. A missed opportunity. Now the queen can get into d8. Is that a move you want to make?
Yeah. So I see black. He's trying to set up b6, bishop b7. So as long as I deal with that, I should be good. So, okay, queen a8 is going to stop that directly.
Now, no moving that black pawn because then you get a queen trade.
Okay, sorry. I was going to say knight c2, but there is a bishop f3 with tempo, so it's fine.
Yeah, black now trying to get the bishop into the game, but now white taking charge with the rooks in the middle. Big question now. Can you ignore the pressure against your own bishop and instead move your rook up? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. The rook coming in together with the queen, pointing in towards both of these bishops and the king at the same time. And this is looking fantastic for white.
Yeah, this simply lights out. I think you just take with the queen.
Yeah, just get that queen trade. I like it.
And yeah, I mean, it's very sad when you play a game and you didn't manage to move your bishop.
Oh my gosh. Wait. He takes with the rook and black moves their queen without protecting the bishop because they have an idea of checkmate. Oh, but queen e8, that shuts it down completely. And that's game over. A big win here for the Azerbaijani grandmaster. And moving over to one of the other games, Oparin and Plati, they made an early draw. I'm sure this draw was influenced by the fact that the white player didn't realize the games would start automatically and lost a couple of seconds at the beginning. And the same is probably true for the game between Naroditsky and Big Fish. Big Fish lost out on a lot of time early on in the opening and decided to just offer a draw. And the draw was accepted by a Naroditsky who, well, frankly, I feel robbed of this game. Because, like, Naroditsky could have captured this pawn and attacked the white queen, but could we then have gotten some kind of crazy queen sacrifice and the pawn trying to become a new queen? Computer engine saying I'm completely wrong about all of this. But that was a really thrilling position, and I'm disappointed that it was agreed a draw so early. But that actually means that all the players who were on a perfect score have already finished their games after just, I mean, like 5 minutes. And it's Chesslover who has the sole lead going into the next round. And there's no one who can catch up to him. But we are going to look at some people who are trying to catch up. And do you have an opinion on which game to go to now?
I think we can check out, maybe Gata is a good choice. We've not checked in on him.
I agree. Gata Kamsky, the famous effing legend. He is playing here with the white pieces. And it's equal on number of pawns. But white has this amazing knight on f5. There's no black pawns that can chase this knight away. And it also has protection from...
He does give it away. That's just, I mean, it takes me by surprise. And maybe he has a concrete idea here.
Yeah, so much for that nice knight. The eval bar also unhappy with that choice. I guess he's going for queen f4. And now the big question is, what do you make of a pawn endgame? Oh, king up. Smart move, but still pawn endgame.
Yeah, that pawn in, because maybe black's in time to get his king to h4, but he does end up trying to keep the queens on. But I think this is much easier to play for white, no?
Yeah, no, this pawn on e4. Maybe I was too harsh on Gata Kamsky, Tiger Shailabi. Maybe I was too harsh on him giving away his knight, because he does have the potential of attacking this black pawn in the middle of the board. And that pawn is struggling to be defended properly. And it does feel as though Gata Kamsky here with the white pieces is in a pretty good position.
Indeed, I like king e3.
Queen c2 attacking here.
I guess black can still keep it under wraps with king e5.
King e5, yeah, because I was thinking king d5, but then I can push b3 and the queen has to go. But king to e5 is much better. And then black may be able to hold on to a draw. Gata Kamsky needs to make the draw, actually, because he's down to just 2.5 minutes. He needs to go queen c2, attacking the pawn. King comes up, and then he needs to go queen h2 to give a check on that king. He needs to go back and forth with his queen right now, because he's actually in dire trouble if he tries to win this. Because down 2 minutes in this position, that is just catastrophic if you don't finish the game immediately.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think that is the most practical approach here. And also, I think Gata, he's kind of an old school player. He never pre-moves, which will make his life even harder in a time scramble.
He does go for the win. He moves his queen up into an attacking position. He has now secured himself the option of capturing the pawn on e4. However, black also getting a pawn in their crosshairs. The pawn on h3 being very difficult for white to protect while also protecting the white king in the middle. So Gadakamsky now trying to go for the draw, and he will succeed in that as long as when the king now moves to the side, it's very important to stop the king from moving out on the side of the board. It's very important for white to give a check on this e8 square so that you're both giving check on the king and controlling that escape route it was trying to maneuver out from.
Yeah, but I think he's got to just make the draw here, given the time situation.
I completely agree. And a draw has been made by agreement.
And I think Konovitz is playing in very, wow.
Yeah, Konovets, Sam Sevian, he is down 2 pawns. White has 2 extra pawns, and those are very critical pawns because those pawns are defending the white king, whereas the black king does not feel safe at all. And now also the problem being, if the rook continues to attack against the queen, white will make a trade bishop for knight on the opposite side. Really, the only choice black has is trying to get the knight off the edge of the board and in towards the center. But then trades will be massively good for white.
Yeah, and I think rook h8 was the right decision because you couldn't leave that queen, in that pin. So this endgame after bishop a5, rook h7, I think is still not so easy. But now, wait, this looks starting to look better for. I mean, trending in black's direction.
Yeah, I don't like that decision from white, allowing the knight to live, because now the knight found a square where there are no white pawns that can attack it. It's also protected by your own pawn. This is a great positioning for that knight. And even though you're down 2 pawns, which should be a hopeless situation, you're up 50 seconds on the clock, which may decide everything.
Yeah, he's got to just keep the complexity alive in this position. 94, though, very clever move by Hakion. Definitely don't want to let that knight jump in. Goes knight f5.
Ooh, risky move. Knight to c3, trying to capture on d5, a potential. Giving up the rook for the knight, definitely tempting, but it's tricky making such a decision with only 1 minute on the clock. You just got to make a move. And that's what he does. And he actually moves back where he came from.
But is there, I think there could be like knight takes d2 here with bishop g5. Oh, wow. He's offering a repetition.
Wow. Wow. Up 2 pawns. Samvel Tersakayan from Armenia just makes a draw because he's so scared of the time situation. Wow. I mean, 30 seconds is the only advantage Sam Sevian had. He was massively down on position, but it just goes to show how important the time is in this format. And speaking of time, Benjamin Buck does not have any, and he's about to lose this game, which, to be fair, on the board, he was losing as well. So Seise from the Ukraine getting a big win in that matchup. We're moving on to Georg Mayer, who is in deep trouble as well. The white piece is completely surrounding the black king, but there was a trick. If the knight had come in here for the check on the black king, black would have sacrificed their queen and then get the counter checkmate on the other side of the board. What a finish to this game. However, it wasn't the finish because white saw that idea and blocked with their bishop. The bishop was captured, but then the queen coming in with the double attack, getting rid of that annoying rook, and making sure that white was not getting checkmated. And now the onus is back on black to survive the next 20 seconds as white gets ready for a checkmate in 2 moves.
Yeah, superb play here from white.
Oh no! The fork!
Oh, but he's blundered
the fork! The fork! The knight comes in to attack both the queen and the king, and it's game over. What was an amazing game from the Icelandic player has turned around completely, and once again we see how important it is to not be the one down to just 30 seconds on the clock. No matter how good your position is, if you're down to 30 seconds, you're just in so much trouble. And Georg Meyer picks up what was, from what I could see, an undeserved win. But, you know, who cares about how it happened? The only thing we care about is that it did happen. And here, the final game of the round, it's Kasparov winning. Not the Kasparov, but a Kasparov nonetheless, getting the win in the final game. And with that, we can take a look at the standings, Jeffrey.
Yeah, and we do see, okay, I finally figured out who is this chess lover. It's Mohammad Muradli, I believe a junior player out of Azerbaijan. Sole leader here, 5 out of 5. Saw him absolutely destroy Pargatov's Budapest a while ago. And we have 5 players trailing very closely on 4.5 out of 5.
There's 4 more rounds in this tournament, and now these top players will be playing each other. The winner of this tournament qualifies to the next phase of the Chess.com Global Championship, and that actually guarantees you a minimum prize of $5,000. And also, we will have a playoff between the second placed player and the third placed player. The winner in that playoff will go through to the next round as well. So we got a lot more action coming for you. And we're just going to take a look here going into the 6th round. It's Chesslover, the sole leader, going up against the big fish, Fedoseev of Russia.
And really nice, I think he's got himself a double white. So probably going to try to play very solid here, keep the big fish at bay.
But I mean, you said that you think you need, what, 7.5 points to win this event? And there's 4 more rounds. So he needs to win at least 1 more game. And shouldn't he then use his white games to win?
That is true, although I feel like against a guy like Big Fish with this particular style, it's kind of nice to sort of restrict his activity first, and then it probably gives you the best chances to win.
One trick here could be that, like Big Fish, he is so desperate for wins that he will take enormous risk. And what is this move?
Wow.
Incredible move from White.
So after d4, he wants d5.
Oh my gosh. The pawn captures. And in that moment, the pawn was attacking the knight and the bishop was attacking the queen. But White just continues forward, sacrificing both of their central pawns just to open up with Black's king still being stuck in the middle. Incredible play so far. He's sacrificed a pawn, so now he needs to justify that. But it does feel like White has some interesting attacking chances.
Yeah, and we can see that the engine is approving of all of this. I've never seen this in my life. I'm really curious, does he know it or not? Because to me, like, I wouldn't be sure that this is enough compensation.
So is White freestyling, or has this all been prepared ahead of time? Judging by the time, I would say that this cannot have been something he prepared ahead of the game, because in this tournament, we've seen that every second matters, and you wouldn't spend a second more than necessary if you already knew the situation.
That being said, though, if he is improvising, he's done it amazingly. I think he can simply take everything on g6, f6, and e4, and I really like what he's got.
But on the other hand, he doesn't have a mating attack, and he doesn't have an extra pawn. So the big fish it does seem like he's getting away from this without like disastrous consequences. And I
So though,
also think
maybe,
maybe take with the
uh-huh.
pawn.
Gf6, so you can go f5 and quickly kick the knight.
Yeah.
Definitely something to think about. But I was going to say, I feel like white still has a very powerful attack, because once you castle, and I'm going to start quickly storming with h4, h5, I'm not sure you can defend against that so easily.
Okay, well, we're going to find out now. Castling on the board. H4 has been announced from Jeffrey. And I got to say, I agree. H4 looking like a great move here. Trying to basically get rid of this pawn so that you can open up for your rook. If white was allowed, he would be happy here to just take one move to throw his pawn off the board, because he essentially just wants this pawn gone so that he can get his queen and rook working together along the side of the board.
Yeah, indeed, and he does launch with h4. And the question is, as big fish, how do you get counterplay? Because there's no way you can sort of just play defensive moves here.
Okay, so he starts out by attacking the knight in the middle. Makes sense. The big question now, will the queen come in or will you use your pawn to defend your knight?
Yeah, I think also
Maybe you
bishop,
can even go
yeah.
queen e3 and attack the rook.
That would have gained a tempo, was possible. Bishop d3, though, I think makes a lot of sense too, right? Just developing the bishop.
Okay, so the bishop getting into play. Now, pawn rushing forward. No trade of pawns. Okay, there is a trade of pawns. I thought maybe black wanted to avoid that so that you don't open up for white's rook. But the big fish is not scared easily. And he has decided that he's not getting checkmated despite opening up for the rook. That's a surprising decision in my book.
Yeah, but I think he's cleverly intending to go g6, and then with the bishop on g7, it's doing a great job of both defending and also attacking. So d6.
Wow. D6 just completely changing plans, opening up for the queen, now pointing towards the black king. But if you wanted to play this move, why didn't you do it earlier?
I think, well, I still, his move order makes some sense, where at any moment, I could take on h5 and then maybe even swing the rook on the fifth rank potentially. So it's really innovative play here by white since the beginning. Now rook e5. Okay, so big fish saying no, now you're not taking on h5.
So no more attack along the h file for white. But he does have this bishop c4 trying to point towards the king. Yeah, no, bishop c4 might be clever, because even though you then give up the protection of your knight, there were some very nasty checkmating ideas towards the black king. But he decides to just get his king into a more safe position instead, and that also seems clever.
Yeah, incredibly classy move here. I love your bishop c4 idea, though. I think you can sack that knight with bishop f7, rook h5. You would open the rook on d1. That looks so tempting. But black, it is black's move. I don't know if you can, maybe a move like b5 that makes sense.
Pawn to b5, trying to get this side rook into the game while also taking control of the c4 square we wanted to use with our bishop. We still have that h5 pawn protected by the rook. C6 on the board, planning to go rook d5. So now this c pawn is taking control of the d5 square, which the rook may want to use in the near future. For me, the question is whether or not white can go with the bishop to c4.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry, but
would be able to defend. So instead, white is trying to chase the rook. The rook needs to move, and then the bishop comes without giving up the knight.
Yeah, that is his intention, and the whole position seems to White's kind of playing against maybe the fact that Black's rook on a7 is not really participating. And at some point, he should be able to take advantage either with the weakness on f7 or h5.
Okay, the rook does not move into the middle. It moves to a square where it's on the same diagonal as White's bishop. That feels risky.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many moves. Knight g3, knight g5 come to mind.
Knight g5 looks very tempting, opening up for the bishop against the rook, and also, opening up for some kind of pressure.
Yeah, this is
on f7.
It must be winning, but sometimes you get a position like this where there are too many good options and you have to force yourself to pick one, not invest too much time.
Okay, knight g5 on the board. This knight will have to be captured. I assume by the black bishop. Could also use the rook. Either way, the knight needs to go.
But I mean, in that case, isn't it just lights out? Like I'll take on h5.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is game over. I think knight g5 has decided it. The rook is under attack from the bishop. The black rook in the corner has yet to get into the game. White will now have a material advantage in addition to having this very scary pawn and in addition to having the attack against the black king. Big Fish took, well, he didn't even take that big of a risk in the opening. It's just White sacrificed a pawn early on and never looked back. And now he's gonna extend his time at the top of the table. He's gonna win again to be the only person on 6 out of 6.
True. I mean, just in mesmerizing play here by White. I expect him to quickly wrap this up. Maybe we should move on to Dania against Konovets.
I really want to see a finish here before moving on. It is the number one player, and it does feel like this is just basically done at this stage.
Oh, I see.
Bishop h7 would be my choice here. I think.
Bishop h7, king f8, and then you have all kinds of ideas. You can take on f7. You can take on
knight takes f7. Incredible idea.
And there's also rook h5 here with the idea to double rooks.
So many good moves.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this could actually be an annoying, like, funnily enough, when you have this many good options.
I always tell people this. One of the most difficult things in chess is deciding between two good moves. Like normally I would say like you're deciding between am I going to win a pawn or am I going to get like an active rook or like something like that. But here it's more like deciding between winning a king or winning a king or winning a king. Like you got like 4 different ways to checkmate, but you want to play the most accurate one. And that, I sometimes say that for chess players to spend half an hour on a move, you only need them to have 2 different good options. Like, you just need for them to decide whether to capture something with a bishop or a rook. They can easily spend half an hour on that decision because you always want to make the best move, but there's no time for that in this format.
Yeah, and I mean, right on cue, Muradli still debating. I mean, a multitude of good options here. I feel like bishop h7 is right, but it's not actually crystal clear because Black's going to have the idea of queen b6, which might force a queen trade and really relieve some of the stress. So I don't know. Maybe this is actually not as easy as I initially thought.
And that is costing time for the chess lover. He's down to 3 minutes. We have seen some sensational comebacks when people are just like 30 seconds down on the clock compared to their opponent. Those comebacks, though, have been when the players are down to just 1 minute Here, Chess Lover does have 3 minutes, but he's feeling the pressure. You see those pre-moves coming in. He knows that he cannot take his sweet time with these decisions. He ends up making that bishop check. He ends up capturing the rook in the center. But in this position, both players have equal amount of pieces. Both players have the same number of pawns, knights, bishops, rooks, queens. So if you don't find the right continuation right now, that means it might just peter out to a draw, or even worse. It's very difficult when you don't have a material advantage.
Whoa, bishop g6. So going for crazy tactics.
If this bishop is captured, the knight comes in with a checkmate. The queen, the knight, the pawn working together beautifully for that checkmating idea. But you can instead capture the knight. However, then the idea is pawn takes. And if this bishop is captured now, the rook comes in, and it turns out once again, this time the rook, but together with the queen and the pawn, creating that problem for the black king. Wow.
Yeah, that is a clutch find by Muradli. And I don't see how Bigfoot is going to get out of this, because even if you don't take on g6, like bishop g5, fg, rook f1's coming regardless. So maybe this was the just knockout.
It does seem that way. All the white pieces aiming in for that f7 pawn. The rook now opening up will attack the pawn, will attack the king. We saw that capturing the bishop would leave the king poorly defended. So instead, Big Fish trying to involve his rook from the side of the board. And now I feel like just rook to f1, attacking down towards the black king. No, he decides to capture a pawn instead.
And if he moves his bishop, yeah, that would be pretty nasty threat.
Yeah. Wow, what an idea here. The bishop will sacrifice itself on the f7 pawn, opening up for the rook to come up along the side to give the final checkmate. And white is gonna win this game.
Yeah, I think there's just no way to stop all the threats. You can try knight b6, but I mean, even a move like queen d4 would basically threaten everything.
Okay. So, I am now convinced. Wow, and he does go in queen d4. You called it. The queen attacking the knight. This bishop will move back, and then the rook will take care of a business afterwards. This will be a win for white, and Chess Lover is going to be the only player on 6 out of 6. The question is, who's going to be chasing him? And one candidate for that is Daniel Naroditsky and Samuel Sevian, the two Americans facing up against each other. Actually, Sevian is not going to be in that chasing position. He only has 4 points at this stage, which makes it extra crucial that he gets a victory here with an extra pawn against Naroditsky.
But more importantly, that the time situation is probably too much to come back from for Daniel.
I don't know. I've seen Danya play with some incredible pace in my time. I never want to rule him out when it comes to scrambles.
I think rook a2 and you take on g2. I feel like this should be winning. Now that you've created an additional weakness on h4, I think you just bring the king up. And it should be winning, although I would still look to, try and flag the opponent.
But I was wondering, can you just get a passed pawn? Oh, never mind. The situation has passed. Well, no, the situation has not passed. Another chance now to capture that pawn. However, now I don't like it as much. I guess I like it because I got my king involved.
Mm-hmm.
Can I now just play g5 and start running with the pawn? Ooh, Sam Sevian says no, but he blunders. Danya blunders the pawn on h4. That pawn can now be captured, can it not?
He missed it. He missed it. But this is still, I think it should be enough.
I mean, he's going to win on time. But I
Most
mean,
likely,
with only
yeah.
2 pawns remaining, I wouldn't feel confident winning this in a classical game. That's for sure.
You might be right. Yeah, I thought it would be winning at first, but I guess White does have things under control here. But then, I mean, you just got to play the clock here, as Sam.
Yeah. And he's going to do that. But Danya Naroditsky, one of the fastest players in the game of chess, he's going to go super quick, trying to save this situation. Surely there's absolutely no chance he manages.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Checkmate in 1 move! He missed checkmate in 1 move! He had... Wow, Danya Naroditsky had 16 seconds on the clock when knight e5 was played. He could have gone rook f6, which would have been checkmate, but he was so obsessed with just playing quickly that he just threw the chance away, and now instead he's lost the game. Oh my gosh, a checkmate in 1 move, missed by both players. Wow, when you get lower than 1 minute on the clock, anything can happen.
Yeah, you honestly, I think you stop thinking really. You're basically just moving the mouse, and that's why, yeah, neither side saw that one.
And here we're going to catch a finish with Christopher Yu down on time, massively down on time. He has a winning position. He has a queen against a pawn, but will he be able to figure out how to give checkmate in time? Yes, he will. Yes, he will. He pre-moves the checkmate to make it with 3 seconds left on the clock. Beautiful technique there by the young American.
And does that bring us to an end, or I guess there might be one more game? Let's see.
No, that was the end of round 6. And we actually have the situation that Chess Lover, who had a half-point lead with 5 out of 5, he has actually extended his lead. There are now no players on 5.5, and that means that even if he does lose the next round, he will still be in the running for qualifying to the next stage of the Chess.com Global Championship. We will be having a little break right now, and then we'll be back with the final 3 rounds of this thrilling tournament. We got a big match coming up tomorrow. It is actually it's the it is tomorrow. It says Wednesday. Today is a Monday. Something is off, but it is happening, and it is Hu Yifan, the #1 rated female player in the world. She's playing the U.S. Women's Champion Carissa Yip. And that will be the action going on at chess.com this week. We are right now looking at the chess.com Global Championship. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm joined by Jeffrey Shong, and we just saw a mate in one missed by Daniel Naroditsky, which means that he missed out on a potential second place in this field. Will he have a chance to get back into it, do you think, Jeffrey?
Yeah, as I said, 7.5 for sure is a top 3 spot. Whether or not that wins the whole thing is another question. But if you get 7.5, you're in at least a playoff. So he needs to win maybe his last 3 games. But yeah, it's a tall order, but we'll see. We'll see.
Here we have the next round starting with the white pieces. It's Konavets, the player we just saw blunder into the maiden one against Daniel Naroditsky. It's Sam Sevian of the US. He's playing Chess Lover, Grandmaster Murad Ali of Azerbaijan. And it's a classical Sicilian opening.
Yeah, and the fashionable Queen D3 here. Essay by Sam. I think the idea is that in many lines you're going to swing over to G3 in one move. Maybe in this case, I think there are 2 moves. You can go F4, you can go Bishop E2.
And one of those presumably being the choice here of the white player. He does go aggressive with his pawns. Very important game to win here. Because the field needs to catch up with Chess Lover, who has a full point lead with just 3 rounds remaining. Just to remind everyone, the winner of today's event wins an $800 prize, but also qualifies into the knockout stages of this global championship. And that knockout place is worth a minimum of $5,000. And you're competing for the grand first prize as well. So lots at stake. In addition to the winner of the tournament moving on, there will also be a playoff between the second and third placed finisher for another spot in the knockout stages. So even after the 9 rounds of this tournament finishes, we will have more chess for you after that.
So now Sam has dropped back with Queen D2. I feel like he's maybe wasted a bit of time having gone to D3 already. But he's got a concrete threat here with E4, E5. Maybe some ideas of Bishop F6. So a big moment here for Muradli. How does he deal with this?
The big question for me is, can Black castle? Was that threat of pushing the pawn forward in the middle so significant that castling was completely off the table? We do see him instead going aggressive with his pawn on the queen side, trying to push that pawn further forward to kick White's knight. A trade was made with bishop versus knight, which has given Black doubled pawns. But that is very normal for this opening. Black almost always gets this pawn structure and tries to argue that, yes, our pawns are not maybe protecting each other that well, but they're doing a great job of controlling the center of the board. Yeah,
very typical stuff, as you've highlighted. But I've always seemed to like the structure for White, especially after this F5 move. And yeah, G followed by G3, Bishop H3. And I think it's just hard to play these kinds of positions for Black.
So white now will put maximum pressure on this e6 pawn. The bishop will come in. The knight will try to maneuver also. And essentially what white is trying to accomplish here is force black into playing that pawn forward so that white can use the d5 square for their pieces.
Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to push e5 on under any circumstances. The same time, okay, he's gonna go with this plan, I think, for bishop c8. But yeah, this
Ooh, controversial choice here from white, offering the trade of queens.
Can I? I mean, I was gonna suggest take on f5, but it is very ugly.
It would give black an extra pawn in addition to having the bishop pair. Instead, knights were offered as a trade, but white wisely, I would think, avoids the trade and increases the pressure on the e6 pawn. The computer engine less impressed with this idea, presumably because of knight c4 followed by e5 and bishop c6. Like black's pieces are actually quite annoying here, and black could maybe even get this d5 move in, opening up the middle of the board and getting a position where the bishops thrive.
Yeah, d5 certainly could be a big idea. Also, h4 makes a lot of sense too, creating additional targets there on the king side, opening the rook. But now, yeah, I would look for hg and then some idea along the lines of knights 4 d5.
Knight c4 d5.
And yeah, black's, I feel like he's done really well here, solving the pawn and also opening up a position for his bishops.
Can we see a 7th win in a row for ChesscomGlobal?
I mean, he's been on fire up to this point. I didn't particularly like his position a few moves ago, but somehow I think Sam has misplayed this just a touch. And now you've got many good options, I think, for black. Could even double on the h-file, really apply pressure.
Yeah, I like that plan. Because if I'm white right now, I want to play rook to d1 to protect my rook so that I can move my bishop. So I feel like white's move, rook back, is actually really powerful. And black needs to make sure that they cannot do that and follow up by capturing the pawn on e6.
Yeah, but he is slipping on the clock a little bit, which could be a major factor, as we know.
For sure. But I just really love your plan of moving up the rook and just getting all the pieces off the board. Because then there's no chance black loses, right? And I mean, as long as you make a draw, you still have the lead in the tournament and you have the potential of winning because you have these two bishops. And bishops are particularly good in long games because that's when when pawns disappear from the board, and that's when the bishops manage to show off their power.
Chooses knights 4. Let's see, what is his follow-up after rook d1?
Yeah, I'm really curious. I don't like this move. I feel like white wanted to play this rook back anyway, and he just gave it for free. The rook now, I would probably just move to the side.
And then what does he want?
This
E6
pawn on e6. Yeah. Oh, he does play e5. We just talked about how you never want to push this pawn because then, it leaves a lot of weaknesses on the light square. Even so, ChesscomGlobal has done so voluntarily, and I do not approve. Maybe he's okay, but it feels like if anyone's better at this stage, it has to be white.
Yeah, and that bishop on e7, really not the greatest piece. But I think he's banking on the fact that he's going to get a quick d5 in.
Okay, pawn to d5, opening up for the bishop, I suppose. But also, like, white got control of the side with the rook. I'm genuinely surprised that the eval bar was not more skeptical of Black's approach. It really feels to me like this was a really bad way of playing. Maybe I want to go with my knight via the c6 square to b4 and try to discourage this d5 idea you mentioned.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can stop it. Like knight 6, king b7. So yeah, he's probably thinking about knight f5 as well, exchanging in this way. Very hard to say.
Yeah, I kind of like that move as well, to be honest. I just like anything that will allow me to get my rook up here pointing in towards the black pieces afterwards.
Fair enough. Yeah, and okay, he's taking a bit of time here. I think he senses that he needs to be accurate here. So
I would even kind of say capturing this bishop not the worst option, and then just get the queen into the middle very fast afterwards. At a minimum, that's okay for white. And earlier the position was not okay.
yeah, true. Okay, he's really coughed up a lot of that time advantage. He was up more than 2 minutes. Now they're really evening.
Needs to make a decision. He does go for the check on Black's king. Big question now, where will the king go? Will the king go in towards the middle? The disadvantage of that is not protecting the pawn on the side. Oh, but he does do it regardless, because he says if this pawn is captured, the knight will probably be trapped. So you might as well get the king in towards the center of the board. I like this decision from Black.
So night before he wants to go d5 anyway.
I think that was the idea. And Konovets, he decides to make a trade, and now he's going after this knight on e3. It feels as though that knight is kind of not that threatening, because it's not pointing towards any weak white pawns. But at the same time, it's a bit of a nuisance for white, and makes it difficult to get for instance, the king into the game.
Yeah, that is true. I think it is super annoying for white to deal with. I like the move rook g7 much better on the previous move, because this probably allows kind of white to simplify. I wanted to keep the e4 pawn alive to attack it.
Yeah.
In this case, I think it's very, very close to a draw. Although, maybe no, there's still some problems, yeah?
Yeah, now Black is the one to utilize that side file for the rook. And the eval bar, despite the players having equal amount of pawns, and despite, frankly, there not being a lot of pawns left on the board, the eval bar keeps going up in Black's favor. And I think a lot of that has to do with this pawn on g3, which is very dependent on the white knight. This pawn is just in constant need of protection. And there's a question of whether that protection will be available for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough endgame to defend here for Sam. We could be seeing yet another win here by Mohamed Muradli. He's putting on a show this far. Okay, the simple move king e6, and yeah, there are permanent issues here for white. You basically can't really move.
The pawn on g4 about to be lost. White can try to bring the king into the middle, but then the rook will come in to put pressure on that king. Instead, Konovets, he tries to defend his pawn like a bit extra ahead of time, anticipating more problems for that pawn moving forward. The rook then comes in, attacking the knight. The knight, I guess, just has to move. How do you feel about the knight trying to make a trade?
I mean, it's certainly good, but knight e3 might even be much more.
Knight e3 making the threat against the c2 pawn. White trying to get rid of that pawn that caused all these problems. If black now pushes their pawn forward, this white pawn will suddenly be a strength, moving all the way forward to become a new queen. So it does seem like white has succeeded in exchanging off their worst weakness.
Yeah, and black's got to decide though, like under 2 minutes, the only way you can lose position is on time. So I would just, if you want to play it safe, just take on g5. You'll never lose that position. I think f5 is also playable because the pawn, I mean, g pawn is not dangerous. You always have rook h8 or knight g4 or something.
Or rook g2.
Yeah, or rook g2 even. Yeah. Oh wait, this is okay. This was most objective because you can even take on c2 and then go back to g2.
Ooh, smart. First take that pawn, then get back. That's clever. It turns out Sam Sevian did not succeed in trading off his biggest weakness. The G pawn remains on the board and remains a pain to defend. The rook right now doing that job, but that rook getting traded off, and now the knight coming in to capture that last white pawn, it seems to me.
Yeah, few options. You can even start pushing directly, I think.
Ooh,
Not sure.
But you queen.
Yeah, all right, that's go nice. You just don't want to play too slowly here though.
Yeah, okay, now the pawn runs. So the king needs to run over to stop. No, he goes back with the knight. Now the king comes.
Yeah, king f5.
Yeah, gotta play faster. Gotta play much faster. How are you not playing king f5 already? Knight g2. Weird positioning of this one, I think. I would have gone towards the middle.
I think it's still okay though, because white doesn't actually have a move here. You can't allow e4.
a3.
Yeah, you have to make a move like a3, and then maybe I can just
a3 is good, no? And you just try to build up your pawns to get a passed pawn on the side. Use it as a distraction.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, do I have like f3, king f4? What is, am I in time?
a3 is on the board. He's down to just 1 minute on the clock. He's up a pawn on the position, but he's down on time. And we've seen so many times that the time situation is more important than the board situation. Will this be another one of those cases? Ooh, and now knight g5. He's going to get this pawn.
If you sack the pawn, it's very messy.
You cannot go king e4 because you need to have that e4 square available for the knight. If black pushes forward, it's tricky.
Yeah, king e3, knight c2, he just picks up the a pawn, and if king d2, I think f2 would win. So he's probably got this now.
King moves away.
Does f2
pawn in trouble?
Ooh, f2
check.
Maybe.
Take.
No, b4 is good. B4 is good. Yeah.
That's brilliant. Or, I mean, I have no idea. I'm just relying on you right now. Is this pawn becoming a new queen?
Yeah, they're both going to promote, but black.
But then black will only have one pawn left.
Yes, but I think.
Is black winning with only one pawn left? How is this pawn surviving?
If he gets queen c3, but that can be stopped maybe. Queen g7.
How is black going to win this in 22 seconds?
Maybe they won't. Yeah, king.
There's no way, right? This pawn is dead. There's no saving the pawn on b. Okay, I guess there is.
He protects it, but he could lose this if.
Of course he's going to lose it. He only has 16 seconds left.
Maybe he quickly gets the king to b2 and then.
I mean, he's just going to pre-move the king now, right?
Yeah, you have to. Good news is he can.
if you're Konovets, do you try to do a trick?
Oh, there was a
attacking the
stalemate. There's a
queen?
stalemate idea. Yeah, like queen
Yeah,
e5.
queen e5. It's
Okay.
definitely a draw, but do you play for a win?
I don't. He's played this really quick. He still has 12
Like queen
seconds.
e5 is a draw, right? But I feel like you go for the win here.
No, but I don't think he can win this because there's just
No, of course he can win. The guy has 10 seconds left.
wait, but knight. He can't even win the pawn easily. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, they
It's
make a draw. I think that was a mistake. I think white should have gone for the win. He should have punished black for kind of being too nonchalant with some of that conversion. And I think he should have gone for the win there.
Yeah, in any case, that is a big save from
An
Sam.
incredible game.
And he does keep his chances alive, I think, if he wins the last two. So important result. Two players I think have won, Sam Veltersakian and Pankratov, who lost to the chess lover. So they are back within half in striking distance.
Wow. So we got one player who will make it to the knockouts. We have the second and third placed player playing for one more spot in the knockout. Right now, it looks as though it's Chess Lover, Sam, and Infernal who are going to get those places. But we got another 2 rounds coming. And the next round is just going to start right away. So we got to saddle up and get ready for that, for the next one. And in this round, we ended up watching that first round, the first board game for the duration. And well, it did not disappoint.
Yeah, we definitely had to stay with that. I wonder if Muradli will feel a little bit disappointed. He needs to shake that one off. He could easily be on 7 out of 7 and basically need only one draw to clinch qualification. But in any case,
he could have easily lost that, in my opinion.
Very well could have, yeah. But all right, let's see what this next round has in store for us.
Yeah, okay. We're going in to the Chess Lover, our #1 player so far today. He got black again, and he's playing the classical Sicilian again.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't like his position last game, although it quickly became good. So maybe he just has a very good feel for it.
Okay, this time the queen does not take 2 steps out. It's a more traditional way of playing with the queen 1 step forward from Samuel Tersakayan of Armenia, playing with the white pieces here. This is the main line of this classical Sicilian. And the reason it's called the classical is because this is how they played it in the good old days.
Wait, you mean this was the first ever Sicilian?
I don't know. I must admit, I was freestyling that. Because normally when you call a variation classical, it means like it was like old school, right?
I mean, that does make sense. Yeah.
So I just assumed from the name that this was like how they played it back in the day, which makes sense because you're developing your pieces. Whereas the Najdorf is kind of anti-intuitive because you're just not developing initially. But, you know, that's a discussion for chess historians, of which I am not one.
All right, so we're gonna have a slightly different approach here by white. In the last game, we saw f4 being played. This time we get an f3, h4 English attack setup. And the big question, I think, is what does black do with his king? Because I don't feel comfortable going on the king side now.
And yet it is your only choice, right?
Sometimes
this bishop is going back, that's for sure.
Yes, I think it is. And sometimes you can leave the king in the middle, though.
Oh.
Yeah, and sort of delay because, yeah, the center is sort of closed for the moment.
Wow, that would be a risky strategy in my opinion, but yeah, he's doing it. The king remains in the middle, And black, in the meantime, trying to start something, pushing their pawns forward against the white king on the left side of the board.
Yeah, so how does he want to start? Maybe with rook b8. Could also play a move like bishop c6.
Well, I mean, surely he's castling now, right? That the
But I'm
bishop
afraid
is
of-
blocked.
I'm so afraid of g4 though. I mean, just sacrificing the pawn in order to open lines.
Okay. Well, it seems like Murad Ali of Azerbaijan, known as the chess lover, he agrees with you. He's keeping his king in the middle. And right now he's getting ready for a queen trade.
Yeah, and as white, I'd probably go queen f2 just to avoid that.
That's what white has done. But now an option for black to just continue pushing these pawns on the side.
Yeah, and I think you do go for that. I don't see a reason why not to, and I also don't see another possibility, and he does just that.
And white may be putting that knight in the middle. Black will continue with their pawns. And that king still in the center.
Yeah, I think he can, still looks pretty safe there. My only question is, do you address like knight b5 here? Do you start with rook b8 or you just go a4?
No, I think you just push.
Queen
Okay.
b7, but this allowed queen e2, which would create additional threats.
Queen e2, spotted by Jeffrey, spotted by Sam. Preparing for the bishop to get up to this a6 square, pointing in against the black queen and rook. Also taking additional control of this b5 square, where we may want to move our knight.
Yeah, I don't love that. Feels like black lost the tempo. So now you have to maybe go rook b8.
That is on the board. I'm frankly amazed that you can predict all of these moves, but you know, it's nice to be good at chess. Great minds think alike.
Yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is e5 in white's interest. I take with the queen, and then maybe a5 would be hanging. I have some rook e1, knight f5.
Pawn on a5 potentially could be a problem here with the queen getting involved through the center.
Yeah, I kind of like this idea.
Not really much black can do to prevent it either. But Samuel taking his time here and instead pushing g4. A big decision there. Basically saying that I don't think you have a better move than castling. And I'm just going to get ready for your castling move by pushing my pawns up on the side. That is a committal decision right there from white.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure how he wants to continue, because does he want gh or does he want to kind of move his bishop and push g5?
I don't know.
You definitely,
of the two of us, you are the Sicilian expert.
I think you definitely don't want to take on f6, so maybe gh is the way. And then I'm expecting a3. Oh, he takes though.
Wow. He recaptures on the side of the board, offering the trade of bishops, saying that his king will actually be perfectly safe in the bomb cloud position. And Sam decides not to make that trade. I mean, queen d2 has to be played now, right? I want to get my queen over to the dark squares, because look at these, all of this. I don't have any dark squared control here with the white pieces. I'm screaming out to put my queen here, and maybe that queen can come up into an attack afterwards.
Totally, yeah, I like that approach. I also think I would just take on e7, force that king into the bomb cloud, because I don't want to give black a chance to play knight f6 and sort of, you know, keep his king in a more conservative position.
Okay. So the option of knight f6 to avoid this trade between the bishops has been given with that latest bishop move. And yeah, well, if now knight back, you still have this option of e5 like you mentioned, but at what point do you start thinking about moves like knight to f5? Like
Yeah, I think
giving
it's
up the knight to just open up everything against this black king.
yeah, it's definitely in the air. Even in conjunction with e5. So like especially if I get my e5 move. But in the game, knight f6 wasn't played, a b was, and now is there something? Could
A
there-
trade in the middle. White is now down 1 pawn or 2 pawns?
I think it's
pawn.
just one, yeah.
And that 1 pawn can be regained at any moment. However, there's a very important thing in chess called pawn islands. And that's when pawns kind of form one island, it means that they have the potential of protecting each other. And basically, one pawn island is one mass of pawns that stand next to each other, like the black pawns are doing here. However, white has 1 pawn alone on the side, 2 pawns working together in the middle, then 1 pawn alone on the c file and 1 pawn alone on the a file. So this means if the queens are traded off right now, white will be in massive trouble because the pawns are not in a situation to help defend each other. So white just needs to win this through sheer force with a checkmate of some sort.
Yeah, absolutely. And f4, I like this stopping e5 and probably preparing rook g5 next. Yeah, the position's going to be hard for black to play.
The engine loves white's position, but white is down a pawn. And there's no clear attack against the black king just yet.
But also, I would say there's no attack against the white king. Like that pawn on b2 isn't very acting as a shield even for white, and the bishop on b3 just excellently defending. Also, in the attack. So just long term, I feel like white can even build up his attack.
And it's all because of this bishop.
I mean, it definitely does quite a service. So now, yeah, I like rook g5. There are probably other moves too. Maybe even e5 is an idea.
Rook g5, e5, just increasing the pressure towards that black king placement. I got to say, I kind of like your e5 move. I'm scared every time I move my pawns forward because then I feel like it's more likely they will be captured afterwards. But I like the general principle of just trying to blast open in front of the black king.
Yeah, and I think probably rook d3.
I mean, rook d3 now feels automatic. No, I don't want the trade of queens, and I can chase your queen away easily. So that has happened, and now f5 or e5, which pawn to push forward?
Really tough question. I'm looking at like f5, e5, f6, but maybe there's no direct follow-up there. So perhaps, let me see. How exactly do I want to do this? He goes for e5.
Okay, e5 on the board. He's saying he can go f5 afterwards.
My one concern is if black plays a move like g6 at some point, maybe d5 first. And then g6 would actually consolidate a lot. Like you protect the knight, you cover on f5. Kind of. Unless it allows rook g6, but all right, this could be.
Wow,
maybe
rook
that
g6
one works, yeah.
approved by the engines. That is some crazy tactics. Chess Lover has decided to capture in the center. White now.
You can take with the rook.
Take with the rook, I feel, because then you can push the pawn afterwards, and you're pointing your rook against the king.
And I think I would have to sidestep with king f8. In
And
that
then I
case.
push the pawn forward.
Yes, because takes rook e7 would be lights out. So I would. Oh, that looks crushing.
Yeah, that just, and it also looks like it plays itself. White can basically just pre-move f5 in this position, and that's so valuable, having seen how much trouble the time situation can create for these players.
So I
Just
think.
yeah,
Mhm.
knowing your next step is just so valuable.
Yeah, huge moment here. Sam maybe closing in. If he wins this game, he would leapfrog Muradli. So is there any way Black can defend his position here?
I don't see it. I just know what White's next move is. That's pushing this pawn forward, challenging that one pawn that is protecting the black king. And once that pawn is gone, it's finito.
Okay, so does he want knight g4 now? Like f5, knight g... No, but then queen g5. So he's going rook h5.
Ooh, good try. I
Well, that's a
cannot
great
take this
try.
pawn because now my rook is under attack. So, and if I try to defend my rook, retreating my knight, then black can go with a double attack on the rook and on the queen.
Yeah, this is getting so messy all of a sudden. And I don't think he can sack on e6 either. Like, I'm trying to sack, but that's not clear.
Knight sack, bishop
So,
sack. Well, you cannot move your bishop, right? Because then it's checkmate. You cannot move both your knight and bishop.
yeah, this is an excellent resource found by the chess lover. What other ideas are there now for white?
Maybe just take it slow, like queen e2.
Queen e2 and bring the other rook over to e3.
Well, I didn't really have a plan. I just know that I need to avoid knight g4. And as long as I can make a move, then black's clock starts ticking. And like what is black going to do? Like right now, black has prevented white's plan. But what is black doing next move? Like g6?
All right, queen e1 is very similar. He also hit eyes b4.
Ooh. Yeah, that's clever. I like that. It's like an improved version of my suggestion.
King of fate.
Oh no, if the king runs away, that's it.
You're right. Yeah,
We're not going to be checkmating.
Wow, this would be an incredible escape if he manages. I feel like there should be some tactic, but I'm not seeing it.
Maybe like rook e2. No. Yeah, rook e2.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
no, because I need to capture this pawn. Rook
Oh, wow,
e2 is on the board.
That's so subtle, though. So now, if he takes knight 5, you've still got the rook. I think you've got rook e7. Rook e7, right? Yeah.
Oh, rook e7 first.
First,
yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Well, who cares about this pawn? I'm just getting my rook up.
Wow, this is an excellent display by both in the last few moves. And now,
and Sam is down to just 1.5 minutes.
He is, yeah, and
he's not going to have time to finish this.
He's making it hard to kill him here. So now, all right, white can be up 2 pawns, but if there's no mate, I mean, you're right about the clock situation.
Okay, check. King has to run. Rook e7. Good move. Good move. Don't make the trade. Just increase the pressure. That's a great move.
And now maybe he has to go rook f8 if he can't take.
Rook f8. But then like knight e6 is screaming out to be played. Just we don't care about this pawn because like then we can also get our bishop involved and this bishop and you know we're threatening towards the queen. Rook e7, great move. He still has 1 minute 20 seconds.
Queen f4. Oh,
ooh, checkmate. Well, just take the pawn.
Wait a second.
Just take the pawn,
you can,
right?
Yes, you can simply take.
And just do it fast. Oh, but then rook b8. Rook b8.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. Whoa, rook b8, and then what?
I don't know.
Oh wait, sorry. There's no pin, so I guess you can still move the queen. The queen.
Yeah, I can move the queen, but then I cannot attack your king with my
Maybe.
bishop.
Well, yeah. Queen c4 though still looks pretty huge. Queen
Queen
c4.
c4 attacking here. Okay.
That would force bishop e8. So still...
Yeah, bishop e8, but that's a pretty decent defensive move anyway, right?
It is, yeah. And black, I mean, if he gets a couple of moves, rook h4, rook h1, you could see him starting an attack of his own. Oh man, this is gonna come down to the wire yet again.
Bishop e8 on the board.
Now, how do you make a threat? Do you double on the e file, threaten rook e8 maybe? But I don't know if that works even.
Oh, he does do it. He's going to try it, but that's a committal decision. Now black is going to... No.
No, this is
that's
great.
clever.
This is great. Yeah,
yeah, that's
checks.
clever.
And d4 is always hanging here.
Yeah, this pawn on h4 is about to be captured. Both players very low on time. Black losing according to the engines, but winning on time.
Rook h4, knight f3, very solid move.
Rook needs to move.
Yes, I think you go to h1 here. No, he goes to h5.
H5, okay. Is he trying to just capture that pawn?
He might be. He really might be. And actually, I guess you could take it, but I take, and then I take on f7.
Check, I guess.
Check king g8.
Oh no, I can't do that. Well, king g8, knight g6. No, that didn't work.
Yeah, there would be rook b3, but yeah, this endgame is. It's gonna come down to
be easy,
time,
no?
I think. No. But easy for.
Well, for white, because white can just push the a pawn, and black can't really do anything. Well, now you blundered the a pawn. No, you didn't blunder the a pawn. It just feels like black's king is unsafe, white's king is massively safe. And so even though you're down quite a bit on time, it feels as though you can... But yeah, no, Sam is completely panicking, I feel.
Well, rook g3, I think he's still doing fine.
Yeah, but he was trying to make a draw even in this situation. So I think he's just trying to make a draw.
Oh, wow.
Because he's panicking massively. And Muradali is sensing his opponent's insecurity. So I think Muradali is trying to win here, even though, you know, he's clearly losing.
Can he trade all the rooks? No, he can't. And you might be right. He might just make the draw here. You're right.
Yeah, no, I think Sam has displayed a complete lack of confidence in these time scrambles, in which case he just shouldn't get into time trouble. I mean, if he decides he has no confidence when low on time, he just needs to just not get low on time. It's very easy to say as a commentator, but like this was a game he should have won, I feel.
Yeah,
because he played so well.
He played really well. I mean, but again, easier said than done. Like, give credit to Muradli. He was basically able to just keep surviving every move and eventually just allowed him to burn enough time. But if we look at the standing, so I think Konovets, Big Fish, and Georg Meyer, they've all won and now just half a point back.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any games still going on, but my it's not refreshing for me, so I don't have. But the fact that this game just had no seconds left, it suggests that they were in fact the last game, and now we're in the last round, and we're gonna have to take a quick recap about the standings. If Georg Meyer wins this game, he will be top 3. Huge game for Georg Meyer, needing to win with the black pieces. If Chesscom makes a draw here with the white pieces, he will probably be top 3. But at the same time, if he wins, he's guaranteed a spot in the next phase of this global chess championship. So do you go for the draw and the potential playoff, or do you try to decide it right here and then if you're a chess lover?
I think you probably just play chess. If the position, I mean, just play whatever the position calls for here. Like, as you said, looking at the tiebreak situation, you're not guaranteed that you'll have the best one. So while I'd always err on the side of caution, I would, just try and sort of play chess. But I
Oh
also,
wow! But actually,
yeah,
looking at the tiebreaks, Chesslover can only be defeated by Sam. So
aha.
like making a draw here would be pretty positive. But I mean, he cannot make a draw because Georg Mayer needs to win, and he's playing aggressive with the black pieces.
Indeed, indeed. And another very important thing to point out, I think mathematically, I could be wrong, but I believe 7 out of 9 will be like third.
Yeah.
So that means, I mean, the tiebreaks are going to play a major factor. We could see like,
Oh, so Chesslover might be guaranteed to get into the third place finish anyway. So therefore, he should just go for the win to get the qualification right now.
could be, although I mean, there would be at least like 15 players potentially on 7. And I don't know, like anything could happen with the tiebreak. Someone could pass you.
But look at those.
Yeah, it is a big gap.
Right?
It is a big
he
gap.
has a 6-point lead in tie breaks. The number next to the 7 out of 8, where it says 35.5, that's a summation of how many points your opponents have got. So if you have a high score there, it means you played some really tough opponents who managed to get a lot of points in this field. And so that's how you're judged ahead of others, even if you scored the same number of points.
And now, all right, in this position, Chessler, he's taking a moment here. Maybe he might be probably losing the pawn on d4, but I think he gets compensation once he opens up his bishop.
So he needs to get this bishop breathing down. But the problem is, right now, the black queen was pointing down towards the bishop, so the bishop couldn't get into play immediately. And knight c3 was played, put pressure on the queen. The queen has captured a pawn, but now white castles and has got their pieces into play very quickly out of this opening.
Yeah, if he manages to double rooks, then we could see, I think he's probably in time. Like he has rook d7, f4, knight d5 ideas. So yeah, can Georg sort of consolidate his pawn advantage is the big question.
So Georg Mayer can make 7.5. Sam can make 7.5. Georg Mayer can make 7.5. But Konovets and Big Fish, both of them cannot make 7.5 because they are playing each other. So we're just going to take a quick peek at that game as well. Both players desperately trying to get a win here, and the position kind of tells us as much, right?
Yeah, and why he sacked a pawn here, I don't know if this is some crazy theory, but seems
2
like
pawns,
after
no.
2 pawns, oh my god. But after knight d2, how do you defend on b7, which is kind of an important pawn?
But why are you thinking now?
Wait, is he?
Are you considering capturing that pawn right now?
You can't be serious.
Why has he not captured this knight?
No, I think he really is. Like, let's see, queen takes b7. And what discoveries do you have?
Well, I mean, according to the engine, pretty good ones. But I don't really know. I mean, I guess I would consider capturing that.
But this
knight.
king f1, I think. Here you go, king f1.
Okay, yeah, I do see that you're threatening checkmate. So I'm also not too scared about my rook, but I am scared about checkmate.
And also I'm threatening bishop d7, b1 and a8 are still hanging. So, all right, he probably saw the refutation and he simply recaptured.
Okay, so knight captures back, the queen pointing towards b7. We cannot see any moves that defend this pawn.
Yeah, I mean.
So is it game over?
I'm sure Big Fish, I mean, we know how resourceful he is. There's probably a way to sacrifice in exchange and get some compensation of some sort, but I don't see a
Black's
great way.
king is struggling to get out alive. Like this black king isn't castling in time.
Yeah, like just to illustrate, you play a move like queen b2, I take on b7 anyway. And I'm ready to sack both rooks if it means I deliver mate on c8.
Sweet. That's checkmate. In
So
13 moves in the decisive final round.
yeah, this looks very problematic. Goes knight c6, but okay, I guess I could once I take twice, he wants rook d8 or c8, I'm not sure.
How is this king not getting checkmated right now?
At the very least,
I take this one and I take this one.
And then but rook b1, I like this inclusion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
why are we not scared that this queen will centralize and prevent us from castling?
No, queen c5, I think I just castle. Right, I'm not. That doesn't concern me.
I mean, who cares about pawns, right?
I believe that I should, just double rooks on the b file and crash through. We might see this though. Queen c5 is played.
Queen c5.
Oh, he took on f7, which surprises me because that allows queen e5.
Yeah, queen e5 now. Check on the king. Black was up 2 pawns. So even though white has captured 2 pawns in the past couple of moves, they're not up on material.
So I guess Sam's point is queen e5. What's the big deal? He's just gonna go king d1,
and then the rook comes in.
My rooks are coming in anyway, which makes sense.
Fair. But now after g6, the threat is queen f5.
That is a big threat because in endgame, that's basically black's dream.
If black can make it to the endgame, not only may they not get checkmated, they might actually win because of their superior pawn structure and that the bishop is a better long-range piece than the knight.
Oh man, and I think Sam's gotta come up with something because if you just castle and allow queen f5, or if you allow like bishop h6, I could see black turning the tables really quickly.
So I'm guessing you start with rook b7 and make the trade, and then you cancel.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Yeah, because then I don't think black would be able to force a queen trade.
Well, I would hope not. That would be the entire point.
Maybe rook b7. I was thinking king d8, so I could still have queen f5 available.
Yeah, but then queen e6. I don't know. Okay, he tries to retreat the queen.
But I was worried about bishop h6 now. Oh, no. That blunders to queen h3. Okay. Gotta be careful.
Queen h3 would attack both the king and bishop, so can't go bishop h6.
Queen f5 anyway?
I would think so, right?
Because rook b7, I go king back to e8, and I'm sort of finding some shelter there.
Black would very much like to make a queen trade here. We're going to move on to another one of our top games currently going on. And that would be Sam from Armenia. And he is a very classical player who plays classical chess and has a small advantage with the white pieces in an otherwise unexciting situation. So we're going to move on from that one and revisit Georg Mayer, who grabbed a pawn early on in the opening, and he has held on to that pawn. And he's up a pawn and might win the game. And if he wins, he will make it to either first place, which is unlikely given his tie breaks, but you never rule it out because maybe all the other guys end up on 7 points and he gets on 7.5. Or at the very least, he should guarantee himself a top 3 placement, which will get him into the playoff. The second and third place finisher will be playing more chess after this final round. So do stay tuned even as this action finishes. That being said, Georg Mayer is down on time massively, and he just allowed bishop b7, but then he has knight d6.
No, I like this move, I think, because he just wants king e7 next.
Yeah, king e7, rook d8. This is looking massive for Georg Meyer.
Oh wait, there is one concern. There's a move rook c2, I think. And how do you deal? Because if you play c5,
Well,
then maybe bishop e7.
Oh.
But king d8, I will chase you. King d8, I would give another
yeah,
check.
I was thinking king d8, knight d6, and I get my knight where I wanted to go. But then my pawn is overloaded because my pawn cannot both kind of capture the knight and defend my own knight at the same time. So yeah, that does feel like
Maybe I think I should start with d4 actually. Just
okay.
don't give you any c5, fix that. And then rook c2 is going to be annoying for you.
Okay, we'll check in on whether Georg Meyer can get a win with his extra pawn. But right now, it's back to the craziness of Sam Sevian trying to checkmate Big Fish's king in the middle of the board. He has succeeded keeping the queens on the board. He has also succeeded getting his rooks pointing towards that black king, and the black bishop has not gotten back into play. It's looking bad for black right now, but still equal material.
Oh, rook e3, I think that he's preventing queen takes f2 tactically. I think he wants rook f3. And I guess that works. Well, it's not even that clear to me.
Yeah. So is he going to follow up with rook f3 or rook b3 on the next move?
I think rook f3, I thought he wants like rook takes f8 or rook f7, but
wow,
whoa, rook h8 is
h8.
Wait, I don't believe in this.
That's
First
desperate.
of all, if rook f3, he wants to pin you, okay.
Ooh, it's very close that we can just capture this bishop. Like h3 now, is that not just game over?
Well, bishop g7 is the next move.
Yeah, but I wanted to go g4 and rook f7.
Oh, does that work? So okay, g4. No, but I would still. I think I'm.
We're
still
analyzing h3. The idea trying to stop this queen from pointing down. Bishop g7, g4.
Wait. If I go queen g5, you have knight e4 even. Wow, and he's played it.
Wow. h3 on the board.
And
Bishop
we're gonna get
g7.
this line. g4. We're gonna get this line, I think.
g4, ignoring the fact that black is threatening the rook because we want to attack the queen, and now checkmate.
Whoa. No.
No, it's not checkmate. It's not checkmate. My whole idea was that this was checkmate.
Oh wait. But he's got g5. He's got g5. I think he wins the queen or something. Yeah, I think.
He's still doing it.
Yeah.
The queen comes in, sacrifices the rook to allow the queen to come in. G5.
Yes, king f5, rook b5. Otherwise, there's a knight fork.
If queen takes, the knight comes up with the attack. Therefore, he goes up with the king, but then queen comes in.
Okay, this one.
Check. If the king captures the pawn, then the knight comes in for the fork anyway. And that means Sam Zevian with 7.5 points will be in contention for this. And also, I'm noticing that Georg Meyer and Chesscom has made a draw. And Sam Tersekayan has also made a draw, surprisingly. But that means it's going to be Chesscom winning the tournament, and then Konovets and Sam will be playing a playoff for the final spot. That does seem to be the situation, as the games in the last round really has finished more quickly than normal. And
but we should
in here.
We should quickly, yeah, this one's over. We should quickly jump to some of these players on 6 out of 8 who could still tie for third. Who know? You never know with these tie breaks.
I'm going to Gusainov. Ooh, very interesting position. Gusainov is lacking a queen, but he has a rook and 2 bishops instead, which is,
Wow.
according to the engines, giving him a big advantage, a winning advantage. That's very cool.
Right, but only with 1 minute left. Can he sort of coordinate this? Yeah, h5, he's got king h4.
Yeah, or king h3.
So maybe black should start with no, but king f6, rook c5. If I kind of start checking you, it should be mate.
King rook c5. Yeah, that's perfect.
Or
So
after h5.
as long as white gets their bishop capturing this e5 pawn, it's just nothing you can do with black. And right now, Guzenov has secured himself the situation where he will be capturing this pawn, because if the pawn is protected now, the rook will come up to assist the bishop.
Yeah, I think the only try is like king f6, rook c5, queen a1, and you have to hope that the endgame is not easy to convert. But there's just bishop c8 there, yeah.
Ooh, bishop
So-
c8. I didn't even see that. Yeah, that's clever.
I think this one's in the book. Shall we check on Platy against
Let's just see how the rook beats
Okay.
the queen. I think any situation where the queen is defeated is a pretty cool one. You don't see that always.
That's
and
true, yeah.
It's nice for people to see that the queen, even though she is the most powerful in chess, even she can be destroyed.
Yeah, this is such a beautiful illustration. Got to be a bit careful, I guess. I don't know what's
Well,
the most precise, actually.
The king
Okay,
coming
king
in, the
f6.
bishop's blocking any kind of queen attack.
Yeah,
He
I think,
is down to just 40 seconds though.
but he's probably, I mean, just rook d6 and yeah.
Well, rook d6. Oh, that's easy. Yeah, that's good.
To block, yeah. Okay, so he's gonna try to check like this.
Black is basically just trying to extend the game right now, making that 30-second time for white.
But now
matter.
he wins the queen with the checks.
Yeah, sweet. Bishop c7. Ooh, bishop f6, even better. Now the bishop moves, attack on the king and threatening the queen, and the queen has to surrender.
So where does that leave us? We have 2 players on 7.5 and 5 on 7. As of now, those Sam's tiebreaks by far the best.
Yeah, there's no one who can catch Sam's tie breaks. So we know the most important things. Chess Lover has qualified to the next phase of the Chess.com Global Championship. He will be playing in the knockout stages. He wins $800 today. He has guaranteed himself a minimum of $5,000 just to be in the knockout stages. And then Konovets and Sam will be fighting for the second spot of the evening. The second and third placed player will match up against each other. And there's no one who can catch Sam from Armenia because and as we see that, we're going to actually get a nice illustration of how to checkmate with a knight and a bishop. Although I must say this technique was unorthodox, it didn't really matter because white was losing on time regardless. And as more results come in, we can only just confirm what we already knew. Sam Tersakayan, he is going to be a top 3 finisher. That's the confirmation. The tournament is over. We are going to take a break, and then we will be back with player cameras on Konovets, on Sam. They will play 2 10-minute games, and the winner makes it into the knockout stages. We're back with the Chess.com Global Championship. And we've just seen Chesslover from Azerbaijan lead throughout the tournament and also finishing with a draw to give him the first place in this tournament. That means he qualified to the next phase, the knockout stage, where there will be 64 players competing for a massive top prize. But it's not the end of the road today just yet. We will have another player making it into the knockout stages, and that is going to be a final between the second place finisher, which was Sam Sevian Konavets, and the third place finisher, also Sam, also of Armenian heritage. It's Samuel Tersekayan, and those two are going to be battling for the final spot. I'm Jon Ludvig Hammer. With me is Jeffrey Zhang, and we're going to have two intense games and potentially an Armageddon to decide this.
Yeah, and I think I wanted to point out these two players actually met in the Swiss tournament. I believe it was that pretty early round, maybe round 4 or 5, where Tersakian, he was up 2 pawns, but decided to repeat moves despite being in a completely winning position due to the time situation. So I think he's been playing phenomenally. We've covered maybe 3 or 4 of his games. The quality has been great, but he needs to watch out for on the clock.
So that will be something Konavets tries to exploit, and it's going to be difficult with one of the usernames being Sam, but we cannot call him Sam because both our competitors are Sam in this matchup. The games should start momentarily. I can see we have our competitors sitting ready with the camera, and this is going to be a big money matchup for them. Not only is second place in this tournament on the line, if you make it to the knockout stages, you are guaranteed a minimum of $5,000, and that's if you don't make it through further on. If you do make it through, that price can increase massively.
Yeah, lots of money here on the line in this tiebreak. Had a quick look there at the players. Sevian looking very fresh. I think it's past midnight in Armenia, so we'll see if that sort of hinders Terzahakian. But in any case, I think we're in for an excellent playoff.
And I'm just so nervous that the games have already started and I missed it. But the fact that Sevian just sat down bodes well. And that probably means we're about to kick off. Well, now.
Yeah, I think we have.
Okay, so we're being told that there's an internet connectivity problem that is being worked on. And that means there is a slight delay. But once that is sorted, we'll get started with this game. In the meantime, we can do a little bit of a run through on what we're playing for here, and also that everyone watching has the ability to compete with these players, because right now this is the play-in phase where you're trying to get into the knockout phase, but actually the open qualifier phase, which puts you into the play-in phase, is still going on. It's going to be running for another 2 weeks. So if you are verified on chess.com, you can participate in the open qualifiers, win there, and then get into this tournament with the big dogs of international chess.
Yeah, and I think that's really the coolest part about this event, that there is no discrimination. You can be untitled, you can be titled, doesn't matter. Everybody has a chance, you just got to play.
And yeah, huge prizes also in this tournament. And looking at the format for the playoff, this is very important. There will be more games of 10 minutes. That is the standard time format at chess.com these days for both the global championship and also the rapid championship that has been going on every weekend for a couple of months now. If you don't know it, it's time to get informed. There will be 2 games of 10 minutes each. The winner goes to the knockout phase. If it's still tied after 2 games, there will be an Armageddon. And the Armageddon is played in such a way that the players try to bid. They say, how much time is acceptable for me to get the situation where making a draw with the black pieces would put me into the final. It's a very innovative concept, and we'll be talking more about that if a 1-1 tie is the case. But here we're off with the first game of the match. It's Sevian with the white pieces, and he's chosen the English opening.
Yeah, and I played this actually against Tersahakian. He went for this really adventurous line. This time he's gonna go for something that's relatively popular nowadays, and we see moves being fired out.
The black pawn, very early aggressive here in the middle of the board. This pawn will be the focus of white's attention. White is going to be trying to win this one, arguing that it's gone too far away from the rest of the pack. And in the meantime, black will argue that this pawn is actually a strength, restricting white's pieces, making sure that, for instance, the square f3 is unavailable. The white knight cannot get there. And so this pawn is what it's all about right now.
Yeah, I've actually had experience playing this line with both colors, and it is certainly very tricky. Not sure why Tersahakian's thinking. I think the move is knight f6 here. You get a long line where at some point black tries to attack on d5, white tries to develop, and yeah, in general it gets sort of weird at some point.
Yeah, interesting play here from Sevian. He actually goes for a pawn sacrifice. Right now, black can win the pawn on d5, but he chooses not to do so out of concern that it will open a lot of great squares for white along this d file. And we talked before this game started that Tersahakian's big problem may be his lack of confidence when the time gets low, and he really hasn't started well for himself, having spent so much time here initially.
Yeah, true. He's got to sort of go with his intuition a little bit. I think most logical to me is probably to play d6 followed by bishop f5, and if you can plant your knight on e5, that would be sort of the most ideal positioning of the pieces.
So he does have some ideas, some plans. But for instance, if black goes d6 here, there's the puzzle rush. Knight takes e4, opening up the attack against the bishop. And when the bishops are traded, the knight steps back and saves itself. So you got to be doing your puzzle rushes here. And that means the number one plan, as pointed out by Jeffrey, is actually maybe not available to black here.
Sure, yeah, you do not want to forget about that. I guess you have to maybe start with move knight a6, come from a different angle. Now you
Yeah, but
protect bishop, yeah.
yeah, but then getting to the e5 square is not happening, right?
Right, yeah, now I've you've sort of talked me into okay, I have to go for something else. Maybe put it on c5 instead.
And that is precisely what Sakayan does. Then he plays this d6 move, very accurate, making sure that he has defended his bishop before blocking that diagonal between the queen and bishop, avoiding all of these puzzle rush tactics with the pawn, with the knight snatching the pawn in the center.
Yeah, h3, I like this move, sort of limiting black's squares for black's bishop. Question is, do I want to play bishop f5, bishop g6? I don't know. Like bishop might be good there, might be getting stuck. It's hard to say.
I think you just got to make a decision. I think Terzakayan, despite having the engine's approval so far, I think he's just losing right now because his time management is just unacceptable. He's down 3 minutes on the clock, and we've seen how much it can matter to be down like 30 seconds. 3 minutes is just unreal for this quite quick time control.
Yeah, true. I mean, especially against a player of Sevion's caliber, he's gonna find a way to make use of this time advantage. So he does go bishop f5. After a3, it's gonna take and go knight c5, I assume.
The knight is coming into the middle for black, but on the other hand, white got the advantage of the two bishops. Black is arguing that one of these bishops, the bishop on g2, is just stuck, being blocked in every direction, and cannot really contribute to the game.
Yeah, very good point, I think. And yeah, white has to figure something out, I feel, because black's moves might be easier, like a rook c8, maybe a well-timed h5. So I think the onus is probably on white. I also see an idea of putting that other knight on e5. We spoke about this earlier, but I can go knight fd7 now. Kind of like how this is going, just outside of the time situation.
Terzakayan, a great player, but a slow player is what we've seen so far.
Yeah, very methodical. And I think knight fd7 is a good idea here. But yeah, I mean, you could start with rook c8 as well. Okay.
White can try to go queen d4, attacking together with the queen and bishop towards the black king. But you got to watch out for the potential knight to b3 in some situations. So white is kind of struggling to get the optimal placement of the pieces. He does decide to move that queen up, though. The threat of checkmate on g7 needs to be stopped. And then white will move the rook in from the corner.
Yeah, lots of tension in this position. Because yeah, after knight e5, rook d1, the e pawn would be hanging, and you can't move that knight on e5 still. So some concrete problems to worry about. Yeah, maybe you have to play move like f6.
Ooh, knight e5 is played. The rook does come into the middle. And what Jeffrey was saying earlier is that this pawn on e4 cannot be defended right now. However, he does defend the undefendable pawn. That's some brilliant play right there. The idea is that if this pawn now is captured, black will recapture. And then we see the point of this rook making its way to the c file. The rook will come up, attack the queen. The queen will have to move, but then the bishop is lost. So, turns out, you cannot take the pawn after all.
Yeah, that is a great find by Terzakayan. And now I'm struggling for white because my pieces can't really be improved. I can't find a way to make knight takes e4 a threat. So then what can I really do?
So do you go desperate, or do you just sit here and say, okay, I can't really do anything, but maybe you can't do anything either? What is black doing here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe, yeah, black doesn't have any knight b3 going on. A7 saying so. I think maybe black's just gonna go f6 or something, just so free up the knight.
Bishop
Bishop
b4, no longer putting that pressure down the diagonal.
Wait, so
Engine
hold on.
really hated bishop b4, and I don't really. Could he have played knight b3?
But queen
Was
a7?
that trapping the queen?
Queen a7, rook, how do you trap me?
Queen attacks. No, that was wrong.
Yeah, I don't think you can. Maybe
Well,
there's
engine is saying
yeah.
-3.
Wow, really?
Knight
Knight C-
c4.
No, but
No.
queen a4.
Okay, I'm cheating. I'm turning on the lights.
Knight, maybe knight d3.
Queen c7 traps the
Queen
queen.
c7.
Apparently.
Queen
Crazy,
a4, and
crazy
yeah,
lines.
it's still not clear to me.
I mean,
but
this was some crazy lines, but it turns out in the end, the queen just doesn't get away. Okay, we got to return to the game. So there was a missed opportunity to actually just trap the queen, but instead, Terzakayan just played quickly, which frankly I like. I think that has been his main weakness. He's playing too slow, and he just played. He saw a good move and he played it quickly. The question now is whether or not he still has a problem with this e pawn, and how he is to defend that moving forward.
yeah, I don't know why he's so hesitant. Yeah, I would jump in knight d3. You cannot take on e4 with b2 hanging, and I think next I just go c4.
I like it. That looks pretty good. Okay, rook d2 defends the pawn. We're waiting for c4 to just block that queen's pressure towards the e4 pawn.
Yeah, he's probably thinking about queen e5. Then you have to calculate like if white can take on e4. So I would just play c4 here, honestly.
Well, he just needs to make a move, because now he's down to 3 minutes. Like he's no longer 3 minutes down on the clock. Now he's 2 minutes down on the clock. But that doesn't really matter as long as, like, it's worse being 2 minutes down on the clock as long as you're closer to just having 1 minute left.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. He's finding great moves. Like again, queen e5, you can't take on c4 because of knight b2, and he's doing great here, but he just has one problem, which is the time.
So there was a trade of pawns. White snatched a pawn on the side, but black got a pawn in the center. And pawns in the center are more important. Controlling the middle of the board means that your pieces can go in every direction. And this knight on d3 is such a great example of that. Just controlling everywhere the white rooks wants to go. It's an octopus knight deep into white's position. Just destroying the coordination of the white pieces.
Yeah, and I think 92 is more or less mandatory. Trying to get that knight back in the game, maybe a queen d4, maybe a knight c3, I'm not sure. In the meantime, though, can Sam strike with h5 now?
Yeah, the Sam with the black pieces, putting pressure on the Sam with the white pieces. Pawn to h5, definitely a tempting option. Instead, rook b8 gets shocking reviews from the engine. I'm not sure why, though.
Yeah, d5,
frankly,
like,
now this just looks good for black still. The pressure down on the b2 pawn from the rook, from the knight. You're going to get another rook in here as well. Rook b6 now feels automatic for black. I'm surprised he hasn't played it already.
Yeah, I would have already done it. Maybe white's concept is to give up the b2 pawn in some case and sort of just play for the blockades.
Blockade? Yeah, maybe. But, I mean, blockade? He's just going to play for the flag. He's just going to win on time.
Oh, b4 is
b4.
nice. Can he get away though? Like if I go rook a8. Oh yeah, you do. Yeah, you just push the b pawn in that case. Okay. Rook 8, rook c3.
So a trade has been made on the queen side, but then we lost that amazing pawn on c4, which did such a good job of restricting the white pieces. And suddenly it's white with the advantage, in addition to the fact that white has a 2-minute time advantage.
Yeah, and
Everything has gone wrong in the like 5 moves.
Yeah, if Sam Sevion plays this, I think, correctly, he should be able to use the clock, presence of the clock, in conjunction with also, I think his position is quite good. Maybe like knight d4 and rook c3. And at some point we could see like even f4 as an idea.
Yeah, no, it's looking very good for white. White has taken over control on the board, in addition to always having that advantage on the clock. Tersekhayan, with the black pieces, he continues with what I would describe as pretty unconfident play. Like he's just not playing quickly enough in a lot of situations. And it just feels to me like that will come back to haunt him in this 10-minute, no additional time format.
Wait, now can I really start something? Okay, checks the a pawn. And if the king, yeah, this is really hard to play for black because I always have knight f5 attacking on g7. Ooh.
But how are you getting your king out?
Maybe king g2, I think. It's like this.
Oh, you're just putting your king up here? Yeah, and now this knight may be coming for the e4 pawn as well. That pawn we talked about really early on in the opening. It was far away from the rest of the black pieces. For a long time there, it got some support, but that support has been eliminated by white. And that means this pawn yet again in trouble. And now the knight just coming in to capture it.
Yeah, this has gone from bad to worse for Tersekhayan.
He's still down to just 1 minute and he's not moving quickly.
Yeah,
he's spending 5 seconds per move and he's down to just a minute.
Yeah, this is not gonna work out very well.
The worst thing is, even though he's down a pawn now, the engines are even saying it's actually an equal position, because it's difficult to win chess in chess even when you're up a pawn. But like, there's no chance he's ever gonna make it because he's just so low on time.
Yeah, knight c5 here, I think.
Knight c5 defends the pawn. White is trying to get a new queen on the edge of the board, but there's not too many pawns left. And you can often save yourself just as long as you manage to make a lot of pawn trades. And that is what Tersekhayan is relying on right now. It's just that he doesn't have time to see it through.
Wait, but this is rook a. Okay, he wants to take with the knight.
Well, who cares? Like, he's not trying to win on the board. He's just trying to win on time, right? Knight c4 now. I mean, it's obviously
a draw. Yeah, it's a draw, but rook c6.
Knight e5. The rook needs to keep the protection of the knight.
Oh wait, he's actually.
No, he's losing the knight.
Yeah, he's gonna have to sack the knight actually.
He's losing the knight, but like, who cares? Because Tersekhayan has no pace.
Although, I mean, it's not easy to play down a knight.
Sure it is, right?
All right, there you go. He's gonna do it.
And he got the knight back.
But
he just gave the knight back.
Now there's no chance. But wait, Sam leaning back in his chair, he's kind of maybe feels bad about what he's about to do. Well,
of course he should feel bad. Like, this is dirty, but at the same time, it's basically what we've been talking about this whole game. Tersekhayan is a great player who plays amazing chess, but he has no pace, and therefore he has no chance uh, against the speed demon of Sam Sevian.
Yeah, it's tough to see, but yeah, let's just kind of hope that he does learn from that game and really speeds up his play.
I mean, if he continues the same level of play, I think he's going to win this rematch. He just needs to go faster.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to put it. But now, yeah, he's again very nonchalant there, takes a sip of his water.
He already spent 20 seconds on move 3.
Gonna try this Trumpowski. You know, like it's very solid, but maybe okay, he wants to play a very slow maneuvering game and then see what happens.
We'll see. Now it's Sevian with the black pieces taking a lot of time, but he was thinking for that time. He was trying to decide which direction to go, and he decides to actually use his other knight to protect, thereby avoiding this trade and doubled pawns. We're going into a situation which is now like the Torre opening, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, to me, this just looks very comfortable for white. But if Sevian spent like 20 seconds deciding to go for this, I assume it's because he knows what's up.
Yeah, no, but I agree with you. I like white, especially after a 95 jump.
I want to
And
do something like Queen B1 and B4 here.
yeah, that's also definitely a plan. I think actually I had a very similar game against none other than Magnus uh, in the Isle of Man tournament, and I think yeah he jumped 95, so I would probably follow his example.
It's a London type position, an opening many will be familiar with, as I know basically everyone on chess.com plays the London these days. If you do not know what the London is, you're fine. Just don't Google it. It's fine. There's enough people playing the London in the world right now. You don't need to learn it.
Yeah, so Sammy's playing this really slowly, Hockey, that is, and probably trying to just keep some options open. Maybe
But
he
he's
starts
spending
with,
so much time.
yeah, I mean I guess he's I don't know, is he thinking about I like 95 still, but
Well,
maybe
he's
start with what you want.
thinking, right? I mean, I don't know what he's thinking about, but he's thinking, and maybe that's what he needs to make good moves. But we've seen that kind of strategy being pretty severely punished just a couple of minutes ago. And he does indeed go for this knight e5 plan you mentioned. Black makes the trade, giving white the doubled pawns. However, this advanced pawn is doing a great job restricting the black pieces. And so white is saying, I don't mind getting doubled pawns when they're as good as this pawn formation, protecting each other up the board.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a few tempting ideas here. Rook f3 is one. I like c4 a little bit more. It just feels right to me because black can never really take and allow my knight to potentially jump into d6. So I like c4. Let's see what he comes up with.
Well, black, no matter what here, is doing f5 next move, right?
Uh, I don't know if yes. Yeah, f6 also is reasonable.
F6, okay.
And now you can take with a lot of pieces there. Goes with the rook, which looks very
I feel
decent.
like this is improved for black though, because black is pretty close to playing e5 next move, and it feels like things have kind of sorted themselves out.
Yeah, black gets e5 and he's got absolutely no problems. So
So
again,
what do
like
you do to prevent that?
um I feel like I have to try and provoke something on the king side, but like I don't know. Queens, I mean, so it's not all of my ideas are not really That's scary.
Yeah, so this is a very important moment, right? Because if you don't do anything right now with the white pieces, black is just going to be fine. Ooh, knight e5. Well, that certainly stops the pawn move I wanted. I like this. That's very good.
So if black were to try and simplify, let's see, like with rook f1, rook f8, okay, maybe a6 is hanging there even.
So the rook in the corner is kind of stuck there for Sam Sevian.
This could be
Unless he
tricky.
can just sacrifice. Ooh, he's going to sacrifice.
Yeah, because if you allow white control of the f file, I mean, coupled with your horrendous bishop on b7, I wouldn't like to play that.
Well, alternately, maybe you go c4 first, but that looks
c4 rook f8,
ugly.
yeah, it didn't look great, but maybe you have to, because I don't want to just give up a6 for nothing. Rook f8, bishop a6.
Sam Sevian under pressure here, but up on time. It's something we've seen before in the matchup between these two players. They played already one game where Sevian won on time in an equal position. They also had a game in the main tournament that ended in a draw where Tersakayan had a winning position, but went for draws because he was so stressed out about his time situation. So every time these two go up against each other, it always ends up with Tersakayan having a better position and getting in trouble on time. And frankly, I don't think this game is going to be any exception.
Well, Sevian taking his time here. I think he probably he's deciding between c4, rook f8. You need to play rook f8 at some point. Question is, do you give up a pawn or do you put another? I mean, make a really positionally weakening move.
And so I guess what he's deciding is essentially if you go rook over immediately and all of these trades, he's trying to decide whether he can move his queen up afterwards, trying to attack the white pawns and the white king.
Yeah, that is the line I'm also trying to work out. And in that scenario, it's very, very close. It's so hard to decide which one is sort of the lesser evil, because also c4, like, you have the long-term idea of maneuvering the bishop back, like bishop c6, e8. So it could be worthwhile.
Well, I do like my pawns. I guess I'm a fan of the c4 idea. The reason we say it's such a weird move to make is because you rarely want to place all your pawns on the light squares when you have a bishop moving on those light squares, so kind of blocking your own bishop, which is why, as Jeffrey pointed out, it's very important that you may have some potential in the future of getting that bishop out on the other side of your pawns through the king side. Sevian has taken what, 3 minutes,
Yeah.
3.5 minutes here.
Yeah, he is really being tortured by this decision. He does go for this line though. So let's see what he
Okay.
came up with.
Well, takes is automatic. He takes
Yep.
with the queen,
Oh, but he's gone the other direction.
and he doesn't
Very
go
interesting.
here.
Okay.
I don't like that.
Well, I see his concept though, like g6, queen g5. When you provoke such a weakness, then h4, h5.
Ooh. Oh, and he has to go g6.
Yeah, h6, queen g6. Yeah, I'm not sure why Sam's thinking. Don't think you can get away with that.
h6, queen g6.
Or
The queen
queen
is
f-
infiltrating.
Queen f7. Actually, sorry, it's not so bad. Yeah, it is.
Oh, he
it's
does
playable.
go for it.
Yeah, queen e6, queen f7 is okay.
Wow. So I'm actually going to do that on the board. Queen g6, queen f7, queen h7, king runs away. And if the bishop comes in, You just step back and you get that queen trade you were hoping for.
Yes.
Huh.
So maybe queen g4 instead.
And what does queen g4 do?
Just kind of a move because I want to do something on the queen side as well, provoke something there so I can sort of play on both sides.
Okay, and is black putting the bishop on c8 to
Yeah.
protect? Or
Yeah,
are
I
you
think
using
so.
your queen?
You could probably play both moves. But again, time is so critical here because I can imagine this game really going many moves. So you want to have an edge.
h4 played, I guess bishop c6. No, that drops a6. So instead he moves back. This bishop now protecting two of those pawns that are weak and potential targets. Queen steps back. Do you run with the king now?
Oh, a5 allows queen a4 maybe. The queen can infiltrate on the queen side.
Okay.
That might actually be annoying for you. Because how do you stop queen c6?
I guess I cannot. Yeah, I can't.
Because if you can't, you're not gonna. I feel like you just lose. If you started with bishop g6, but that allowed bishop d7.
Bishop d7 now preventing this idea of the queen getting into the heart of black's position. That was a missed opportunity there for Samuel Sakayan. He usually finds these moves though. That was a big miss from him.
That was a really big miss. Because now I think black should be fine. He's always got bishop e8 at his disposal.
Yeah, but now he also got queen.
Oh, he has that.
He doesn't
too.
have queen g5.
Now maybe
the
bishop.
king comes up.
Yeah, now maybe bishop e8 is okay.
Bishop e8 trying to get the trade, but do you want to give white that pawn in the heart, like so close to black's position? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You can also just sit tight here because white can't really improve.
And that's the key. Next move, bishop f7, queen e8. But if bishop f7, then maybe queen to a4.
Oh,
he does make the
okay.
trade. And he did it so quickly and confidently. I guess he's coming with a king, right? There's no way you're keeping your king here.
Yeah, he does do that.
What now? Do you play desperate like b4? Can you do something there? No.
I mean, I would
improves his king.
I feel like you have to complicate somehow, like maybe.
Okay, so the white king is going to go up and protect this pawn, but in the meantime, black is going to get control of the open file. I think black is okay. I think Sevian has done it.
Yeah, it does look that way.
Yeah, I'm going to call it. Like, white has doubled pawns, 2 places. The only hope was that this pawn would restrict the black king that was in trouble on g8. But with that black king making its way to safer area in the middle of the board, I think that's it. I think black now just queen here, king here. Yeah. There's no way of getting through. And black will make a draw here. That will, the trade. I have more pawns on this side, no? You have many doubled pawns.
I think you still have to work it out. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but also queen f5.
Yeah, this queen f5 was the one that I liked. Yes.
Yeah, queen f5 is just so easy.
That should
queen
be
f5.
good. Yeah.
Queen f5, g4, queen g5. Oh no, you can just.
Yeah, I would take on these sisters. Yeah. No, but this is good. Yeah, queen f5, and he finds it.
Yeah, and that means Sam Sevian is gonna make it through to the next phase of this global chess championship. Look at him. He's looking confident. He's looking pleased. He knows he got this under control. He knows he secured himself a big place in the knockouts. He is a high quality player. I don't expect him to be knocked out in the first round. I think he can make a deep run, and that's going to be that can be very, very monetarily beneficial for the kid. And Tersakayan, he's realizing that there's no way through here. There's absolutely no chance he's going to get anything out of this position. He tries avoiding the trade of queens, but now the black queen is very active, just giving checks on that white king. They end up going back and forth, and they agree to a draw. Sam Sevian makes it through.
Yeah, big congratulations. Well, maybe it wasn't the smoothest qualification, but I mean, he got the job done. That's what matters. Sam Tershaken probably regretting some of his time management, especially in that first game. But that's, I mean, chess is so tough. You either sacrifice the time or you sacrifice the position.
And with that, we will be listening in from the players, getting an interview after this game to hear how they're feeling. But before that, we are going to take a quick break. We're back with the winner of our playoff. It's Grandmaster Sam Sevian making it through to the knockout stages of the Chess.com Global Championship. And Sam, congratulations on this win. I gotta ask you about that first game. Do you feel bad when you need the clock to win, or is that just part of the game?
I mean, I definitely feel really bad when I have to win by flagging, especially because I had to use it only a few times like today, and having to use it in KO would really kind of sucked.
But whatever it takes to win, right?
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, and just wanted to get your overall thoughts on your play today, kind of how first, I guess, the qualifications was.
I mean, I played both tournaments today, so I'm pretty much exhausted right now. The first one, I was pretty close as well. I finished with 7, but there were 3 players with 7.5. And this one was kind of like that too. I had some narrow escapes in this tournament against Sonville in round 4. He just repeated moves up 2 pawns, and then a few rounds later, I think I was losing to Muradli as well and managed to escape. But besides those games, I'm really happy with my play. I won some really nice games overall, and yeah, it's pretty good.
And there was this, sorry, I just want to get in. There was this one moment against Nerditsky.
Yes.
Did you realize it?
I did hangmate in one. Yeah, I had a heart attack for that split second because he was moving so quickly. I was just trying to keep my 30-second advantage, and suddenly I hung mate in one.
How do you react to that? Like, if you just move on when he didn't see the mate in one, or
well,
does
I mean,
that
if
stick with you?
At that point, my tournament would be over because I think I had 4 out of 5. So that was a must-win game for me, and I mean, I wouldn't move on if he did it, but when he doesn't do it, yeah, I move on. I take it.
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
And what is your experience? What is the skill you need for success in these 10-minute tournaments?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played much tournament in my life until this year because of the RCC and now this tournament. So, I mean, keeping a few minutes advantage on the clock is always nice because then you can choose if you want to play the position or go for flagging, and both work out a lot of the time.
Last question from me. I was curious about your last round game against Big Fish. I think we were looking at it, and right out of the opening, it was something. Just wondering, was that some kind of theory, or did he sort of trap himself?
I knew until Queen F3, and when he gave it check, I mean, it looks wrong, Queen A5 check. So I think I found the best way with B4 Bishop D2, although I'm not sure. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it did look promising.
Yeah, it was an impressive 2-pawn sacrifice in that decisive final game to get the win. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam. Congratulations on making it through to the next phase.
Thank you.
And not only did he make it through to the next phase, he did win $600 as the second place finisher. First place for Chesslover of Azerbaijan. But the biggest prize of them all was making it into the next stage of the global championship here at chess.com. And that knockout stage has even more amazing prizes than this again. So with that being said, that is it for today from me and from Jeffrey. There will be more global chess championships coming up in the coming weeks. There are 2 qualifiers a day, every Monday and every Friday. Jeffrey already made it to the knockout stages. Sam made it now. Maybe next time I'm going to give it a go as well. But until then, that is it from us. Do you have any parting words, Jeffrey?
Just had great fun with you today, Hammer. And yeah, thanks everyone for watching. See you next time.
See you next time, everyone. Bye.